Everybody wants to do it, but they don't have a problem.
Everyone has to come down.
Yes.
And there we go. Okay, thanks. We're actually gonna come back from our closed session before we start our regular meeting. So we are back from a closed session, and I'm going to ask our city attorney to report out for us, please.
Sure. At 5 o'clock p.m., the City Council assembled in open session and the recess to closed session for the items listed on the posted agenda. Council members Murdoch, Kemps, Lozzi, and Ruse were present and took no reportable action.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we are going to, I'm going to call our regular meeting to order, but I definitely getting text messages that the live stream at home is not working. So let's keep an eye on that. And
right, so we will record the meeting.
It's recording.
It's
later. Not just not live streaming, it seems. But I sent a message to my house to get somebody to respond back if it's coming. Okay, great. So welcome to a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Palos Verdes Estates. It is Tuesday, September 13th at 6:30. And that clock is fast in case anyone's wondering. And I call the meeting to order. I'll hit that. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. May we have a roll call, please? I think the city manager is going to take that task.
For roll call?
Please.
Yes. I note that Councilmember McGowan is absent. Councilmember Murdoch?
Here.
Councilmember Kemps?
Here.
Vice Mayor Roos?
Here.
Mayor Lozzi?
Here.
We have a quorum.
And I did just, actually, I'm getting a message from the city clerk that the live stream is working, so I think we should be good, Robert. Okay, good. Great. So approval of the agenda. So after, we're going to start with a couple reports. Then we're going to start this evening with a presentation from our stormwater consultant. So I'd like to suggest, I think it makes sense to move item number 15 up in the agenda. I would say after consent and before public hearings. That item involves an ordinance regarding storm drains and stormwater, and I think we might want to have our consultant available for questions. And I just, would you guys agree?
Yes.
You okay with that one? Mayor Pro Tem? Yeah? Okay, so we'll move that up. Then anybody else have any other changes that they'd like to make?
16 can probably go to consent.
So 16 is an item I would recuse on, so I'm going to let the three of you work that out.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, so number 16, PV Golf Club goes up to consent. Sorry, write that down. Okay, that's good there. Okay, anybody else have any changes, anything else on the agenda? If not, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
A second.
All in favor of approving the agenda with the noted changes, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Great. Okay, so mayor's report. Well, first I want to welcome everyone, council, staff, members of the public, to our first regular meeting back in person here in council chambers. And it is just really hard to believe that it's been 2.5 years of virtual meetings. So it is nice to be back, and it's nice to see people. I'd like to say a few words about public meetings and how they need to run. A couple weeks ago, we held an in-person special meeting, and I will say that was not the model of respect and decorum. So it's important that we set a good example for tonight for the way we operate our meetings. I think one of the best things about the public process is engaging with the community and hearing from residents and other stakeholders on any given topic. And you hear a lot of perspectives, and that's always great. And whatever I think I might know about a topic, I always learn something valuable when I listen to others. So in this council chambers, we're going to foster an environment where everyone who wants to speak has a fair chance to do so. We understand people have strong opinions on all sides of a topic, and that is just fine. We have a process for hearing what people have to say, and when someone has their time to speak, when they have their 3 minutes to share their point of view, we need to be respectful of their time. I'm not going to let anybody speak over anyone else. We need to be respectful of people's opinions. If you're listening, you might actually learn something worth considering. And it's just not fair to speakers if there are side conversations or groaning or, cheering, clapping, heckling, booing, all of those things. So no one's going to speak over you when you talk, and you need to extend everyone else the same courtesy. So those are the ground rules. And with that, I am going to move to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few items to update the council and the community on tonight. The next week's Planning Commission meeting, which would typically be held on Tuesday, is going to be postponed till Wednesday, September 28th. So that's Wednesday, September 8th for the next Planning Commission meeting. Just a reminder with respect to Cal Water. Cal Water, unrelated to the drought, is working on a significant water main repair project right now. We're in the middle of that. They're almost finished. That project is going to work through September 20th, so we have another 7 days to go. Cal Water has asked residents in a lot of this area to discontinue outdoor watering for another 7 days. That's very tough given the heat that we've had. But that's the request, just a reminder on that. We've also learned that Cox Communications will be performing some repair work near 708 Zumaya. Notice is going to be provided by Cox tomorrow directly to affected customers. We're going to share any information that we receive as well. That work is going to be conducted next Thursday, September 22nd, from 6 to approximately 6 a.m., get a little early start through approximately 3 p.m. So again, that's internet service related near 708 Zumaya. And that concludes my report. And I don't believe we have a police chief report tonight.
Thank you. So now I'm going to invite Kathleen McGowan to come up. Kathleen is our consultant on and all-around expert on stormwater issues, and it's been a while. We've always looked forward to Kathleen's reports, at least once a year, but of course we haven't had a report from her in probably 2 or 3 years. So we're so happy you're here and happy to see you, and love to hear what you have to say.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to bring you up to date on the latest developments and progress made by the city and its sister municipalities on stormwater quality. Do we have the slide deck up? Or are we working on it? Okay, no worries. I'll just cover the first couple because it's not essential. The topics I'm going to cover include sort of an evolution in current thinking about the benefits of stormwater management, progress on the stormwater program implementation since the last update, the status of planned capital projects that will address specific stormwater quality objectives, And then I will wrap up with a brief update on the recently issued regional stormwater permit and the next steps for implementation. So I'm on, just finished slide 2. There we go, yeah. So next slide, please. So what are the multiple benefits of stormwater management? Certainly, this community values the high water quality in our precious tide pools, beaches, and surf spots, but there are other community benefits that accrue from effective stormwater management. At a local level, effective stormwater management can support long-term community resilience. Redevelopment of individual parcels tends to increase average lot coverage over time as people want larger homes. And without mitigation, that can translate into increased stormwater runoff volumes and peak flow rates that contribute to localized flooding of streets during storms. Low-impact development standards are designed to counteract this effect by incorporating stormwater detention and retention into the design of redevelopment projects. Then at the regional level, effective stormwater management provides the opportunity to tap into a valuable resource. Given the long-term drought in the Southwest, integrated stormwater management can provide a significant source of fresh water that can be captured, treated, and beneficially used. The Torrance Airport Stormwater Basin Project, which I will discuss a little later, is a great example of that. We're actually a couple... Oh, you're ahead of me a little too much. Okay. Yeah, next slide. I'm sorry, you were right on it. Now, a quick reminder of specific pollutant control priorities for the city's stormwater management program. Next slide. As you may recall, stormwater runoff from Palos Verdes Estates discharges to 2 major surface water bodies. 90% of the city's land area drains to the Santa Monica Bay, as highlighted in aqua on the map, while 10% of the city, as shown in green, drains to Machado Lake, located east of the city adjacent to the 110 freeway. The stormwater reaches Machado Lake through storm drain infrastructure operated by LA County Flood Control District, and that infrastructure becomes a soft bottom open channel as it enters the lake from the north. That channel, known as Wilmington Drain, is also considered to be a surface water body and has its own pollutant limitations. The priority pollutants from Machado Lake are trash, nitrogen, phosphorus, toxic pollutants, and then Wilmington Drain also has a priority for bacteria. The good news for Santa Monica Bay, the pollutant priorities are bacteria, trash, and toxics. The good news is that based on current monitoring data, the peninsula agencies are meeting water quality objectives in Santa Monica Bay. So the focus of the implementation program in Santa Monica Bay is on maintaining and protecting that water quality. Now we turn to progress on stormwater program implementation since we last presented to you in 2019, September of 2019 it was. First, progress on the Santa Monica Bay trash limitations. The limitation for trash discharges in stormwater is essentially 0. One functional way to demonstrate compliance is through installation of certified full capture systems, which are designed to retain debris larger than 5 millimeters from a specific design storm. You see an example of that screening system in the lower photo. As reported to you previously, the city used this approach for the Machado Lake trash limitations. And aiming for the same demonstration for Santa Monica Bay, the city completed a joint, partly grant-funded project with its sister cities to install certified devices in catch basins within the Santa Monica Bay watershed. However, it was not feasible to retrofit a sufficient percentage of catch basins to receive the automatic deemed compliance using that method for the Santa Monica Bay area. 83% of the catch basins were retrofit with screens, whereas at least 98% retrofits is needed to be automatically deemed in compliance. However, compliance has not been lost because we've been able to show that between the 83% of retrofit catch basins in combination with the city's best practices for trash control, those two things are very highly effective in reducing trash discharges. Next slide. So an alternative approach to demonstrate compliance does require verification of the effectiveness of the program through monitoring. And rather than incur new monitoring costs for the city, we propose to use the city's digitized catch basin cleaning data for this purpose. We proposed a scientifically based approach to show that the city's combination of effective trash control practices and the 83% of screened catch basins is achieving the equivalent of 99% reduction of trash from baseline. And this approach was submitted to the LA Water Board for approval. And following discussions with their staff, we addressed their comments and were told that final approval would be issued. The demonstration we made was based on the fiscal year 2020-21 catch basin cleaning data. Next slide. So although Santa Monica Bay beaches are no longer listed as impaired for bacteria, it is important to continue to protect their high water quality. And one key measure to do this is to prevent sanitary sewer overflows, which, as you may know from last week's event, have the potential to discharge sewage through the storm drain to the beach and result in beach closures. The County Consolidated Sewer Maintenance Districts manage and operates most of the city's own 78 miles of sewers and implements a program of best practices to prevent these types of overflows. As you can see from the chart about here, over the past 4 years, there has been a decline in the incidence of overflows, which is a positive sign. Note that tree root intrusion is the primary cause of sewer line blockages, which is typical of old sewer systems. And the maintenance program includes systematic inspection and clearing of sewer lines of tree roots. Homeowners can help by ensuring they don't flush any type of wipe or rag into the sewer or pour oil or grease down the drain, and to also regularly maintain their private sewer laterals to keep them free of tree roots. Additionally, the city's annual restaurant inspection program also reminds commercial establishments to use best practices to prevent and preventive maintenance to manage fat soils and grease. Now shifting to the overall watershed management program, in 2021, the Peninsula Group conducted a comprehensive revision of the watershed management program. That revision used an updated watershed model calibrated using peninsula-specific stormwater data that was collected since the first version of the plan was developed. The group is awaiting final approval of the updated plan, but it has key benefits for the group. The updated plan demonstrates that it is more feasible to retain the design storm than previously thought because necessary stormwater capture volumes are lower based on the flow monitoring data we collected. This is an advantage for compliance because retention of the design storm volume provides a presumed or deemed compliance similar to the trash screens for trash with water quality objectives without having to prove compliance through monitoring. So the updated plan identifies the remaining stormwater capture volumes that are needed for specific subareas to get this deemed compliance. And the next few slides will focus in on what's needed for Machado Lake and specific to the city's compliance as well. This figure shows the area of the peninsula that drains to Machado Lake via Wilmington Drain, which I mentioned earlier, through a network of storm drain lines that you see in light blue on the map, faintly. Two sub-areas of this drainage system are highlighted in shades of purple. The area in lavender, or light purple, identified as Solano, lies entirely within the city of Palos Verdes Estates, and drainage from this area first flows into the Walteria Stormwater Detention Basin located in Torrance, which, when necessary, is pumped, and that drainage then discharges through a storm drain to Wilmington Drain and then onto Machado Lake. The larger area shown in dark purple on the figure is known as WD1 for Wilmington Drain 1, and that sub-area flows directly to Wilmington Drain and Machado Lake without any sort of detention. So in the lavender area, the Solano area needs an additional 0.6 of an acre-foot of stormwater retention to be deemed in compliance with the Machado Lake water quality objectives for that drainage area. And then the dark purple area requires an additional 8 acre-feet of stormwater volume to be retained or diverted from the storm drain system. For reference, an acre-foot of water is what it sounds like, the volume of water that would cover an acre of land 1 foot deep, so it's a lot of water. The good news is that the Torrance Airport Stormwater Basin project, which is in design right now, is intended to capture and divert that acre-feet of water that we project is needed. This figure shows where that project will be located on the Torrance Airport site. It's adjacent to Crenshaw Boulevard, east of the runway and the hangars, as shown by the blue circle. The project would divert the stormwater into a subsurface storage vault, and then it would be pumped at night during off-peak hours into a sanitary sewer line, feeding the sanitation district's joint water pollution control plant. One of the additional benefits of this project is that in the future, it could be supplying what may eventually become the largest advanced recycled water plant ever constructed. The Metropolitan Water District, in partnership with the sanitation districts, is currently operating a 500,000 gallon a day demonstration facility, but the vision is for a full-scale recycled water plant that produces 150 million gallons of purified water per day from this treated wastewater. You may have heard about it. It's now named the Pure Water Project. And this color-coded figure depicts the area of each peninsula agency that will participate in the Torrance Airport Stormwater Basin Project. Palos Verdes Estates area is shown in light green at the top of the figure and is just 92 acres, which is 4% of the total capture area from the participating peninsula area. Next slide. As stormwater capital projects like this one are developed, public outreach and engagement is really important to gain community support for the projects. And understanding of the importance of stormwater as a resource can help build that support. One way to lay the groundwork for this is to engage residents in collecting rainwater on their own properties for beneficial use in gardens and landscaping. And the Peninsula and the Beach Cities groups together have been collaborating on joint outreach pieces like this one, which promotes the South Bay Homeowner's Guide to Rainwater Harvesting. We think this message is getting out because there was significant uptick in rain barrel distributions to Palos Verdes Estates residents during the 2021-22 fiscal year, with 77 rain barrels distributed by West Basin Municipal Water District, almost twice what it was the year before. So now shifting gears a little, I'm covering a lot of ground tonight. Another significant event since our last update is that a new municipal stormwater permit was adopted in July of 2021. Most of the provisions in the new permit are similar to the previous permit, but there are some new requirements. We held a training session. We had several training sessions with city staff on the new provisions and are providing support in implementing them. So to wrap up, I will summarize some key action items and next steps for this program. First is that item coming up on your agenda tonight, an updated version of the Municipal Stormwater Management Code that better aligns with the new permit requirements. And then within the next 6 months, the Peninsula Stormwater Management Monitoring Program will be revised to address new permit provisions. The updated version will be due to the LA Water Board in March of 2023. We expect to see a conditional approval letter from the LA Water Board sometime soon, which may require some additional revisions to the watershed management program. And then, although Torrance is naturally leading the Torrance Airport Stormwater Basin Project, the Peninsula Group is heavily involved in ensuring that it will qualify for Regional Safe Clean Water funding, that's Measure W, for construction. It's currently covered by that funding for design. We will be assisting the City of Torrance in preparing the project application for that regional funding for construction. And thank you so much for your time and attention. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you for your presentation, and you did cover a lot. Good for you. Council members, anybody have questions or comments for Ms. McGowan? Councilmember Kemp, did you have something?
Just sincere appreciation. Thank you. Your expertise, as always, is impressive, and we appreciate your involvement.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate being able to serve the city. My team and I really appreciate it.
I actually do have one question. You showed where for PV Estates, the Solano area, and then you also showed the Torrance area where the recycled water is coming in. Is there any connection between that and the water reclamation project that the golf club is pursuing, or are they just independent projects?
They're essentially independent, but it's the same idea, recycled water, which eventually will be produced at the Carson Joint Plant, wastewater treatment plant, can be used for the same type of thing. The water that is being delivered to the golf course is generated by West Basin Municipal Water District at their Edward Little facility in El Segundo. I'm not quite sure, the Public Works Director may be aware of how soon that pipe's finally going to reach it, but that was some grant funding. We were able to help the city get partial funding for that project, and then West Basin just took over the project and filled in the rest of the funding, so it's a great project.
Mayor Pro Tem? Good. Okay. Thank you so much. We appreciate your work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I know you're going to speak during public comment, so I'll ask you just to hold tight for that, please. So thank you. And you saw that we moved that item number, was it 15? Item 15 up. So Ms. McGowan, if you don't mind sitting tight, we may need you again in a few minutes. So thank you. Okay. So communications from the public. As I mentioned, we have a process for speaking, and one is that you'll see on the sides of the pews, and the chief is out there collecting cards, but on the sides of the pews, of the rows, there's little cards, and there should be pencils. So if you'd like to speak on a certain item, write down which item you want to speak on and send the cards up. And then I see a lot of people standing in the back, and there's a ton of seats up here. You don't even have to come all the way to the front row. You can go kind of right in 3, 4, and 5, and there's still places to sit if you want to sit. No, nobody's moving. Okay. So communications from the public. This portion of the agenda is reserved for comments from the public on items which are not on our agenda. Due to state law, no action can be taken by council this evening on matters presented under this section, but if council determines that action is warranted, they may decide to put the item on a future council agenda. Oh gosh. So, okay. So if anyone wants to speak just in this general public comment area, I have a few cards here and I'll get going on that. And then when I get those, I'll get those organized. So, so Peter Barrett, MD. So I didn't have a topic, but I'm assuming it's this one, correct? Beautiful. Come on up, and then Joan Davidson, you're on deck.
All right. Thank you for having me, and I do have a few things I'd like to share with you. I'm Peter Barrett. I am a resident of Rancho PV for 50 years. And past president of the Chamber Orchestra of the South Bay. I come before you tonight to make you aware of a threat to the survival of a major Palos Verdes cultural resource. Is this mic coming through all right?
It is.
Since founding in the early 1980s, the Norris Theater and PV Performing Arts has been an important part of the cultural life of this peninsula. It's made the full range of activities available to adults and kids alike, and it has been especially important to the community as the amount of time allocated to the arts by the schools has continued to shrink. One of the elements of success of the Norris Theater has been its location. Access is easy for residents from all 4 cities and made possible by a spacious parking garage next door. That arrangement was not an accident. The next door location was part of the planning and agreement, which was spearheaded by Dick Moe in the middle 1980s when the Norris Theater was being built. However, at the present time, the company controlling the parking structure, Promenade LLC, has initiated a major charge for the use of the garage, ignoring prior agreements. At the present time, there's a sign at the entrance to the garage blocking all parking. Under current circumstances, the Chamber Orchestra of the South Bay and other activities may no longer use the garage. We have a scheduled performance coming up in 1 month. There are no other alternatives for parking. Without parking nearby, the Norris Theater and all of the activities sponsored by the PV Performing Arts and the Chamber Orchestra of the South Bay will die. Julie Moe Reynolds, the director of the PV Performing Arts is fully engaged in this problem, but we need your help. We need everyone's help on the peninsula. This is a Palos Verdes problem. It's not a problem for Peninsula Center alone. It's for all 4 cities. It affects every one of us, adults and kids alike. I urge the PVE Council to consider this problem and provide whatever assistance it can and coordinate as needed with the other 3 cities in securing some kind of improvement. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I think you gave us a handout up here, so we'll make sure that that gets circulated as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Davidson.
Hi. We have serious problems to solve in Palos Verdes Estates, and we need serious people to solve them. Desiree Myers hasn't convinced me that she can solve them. Why? Look at past actions. Facts. Ms. Myers spoke against the Palos Verdes Estates Police at almost every council meeting between 2017 to 22. She spoke at the 2018 Anti-Measure E Safety Parcel Tax meeting, stating that we can keep the police if we have a temporary tax plus a real estate transfer tax. Have you ever heard of a temporary tax? I am very tired of laser focusing on Palos Verdes Estates pension problems when every city in California is facing the same problems. In 2017, Ms. Myers opposed Measure D. This costs our city to lose $5 million. Fact, anger should be waged against the California Pension Board financially strapping every city in the state of California. Where are voluntary efforts to raise the funds for these losses? On the Pension Ad Hoc Committee, Ms. Myers refused grants and enhancements, discussion, or action. I was sitting right there. The loss of $5 million we can't make up, but we can move forward. It isn't a solution if you make people afraid about issues and point fingers and tell them who's to blame for these problems. What about the 7% increase in the LA County fire costs to Palos Verdes Estates and our loss of local control? PV Estates has had a fire safety tax in place since Prop 13, 1980. Not one of these safety taxes was meant to pay the total costs, and this is documented. Every California city faces the same mandates and lack of funding that Prop 13 caused. Until 2017, we all worked together, and we all met these challenges. Suddenly, vocal opponents emerged. Palos Verdes Estates is 100 years old. We moved here because of local services and schools. Would you bring back LA Unified? The city has squeezed every penny out of the budget to do the most for our residents. We need people with constructive solutions, not destructive ones. If one demands Palos Verdes Estates film all meetings, why did they not film the ad hoc committee she sat on or the town hall that she had a few months ago? Why did she refuse entrance to a PV High School student who wanted to film her town hall? Note, for every property tax dollar this city sends to the state, we get back a dime and a penny. The utility tax and sewer taxes sunset in 2012. They need to be renewed. People have short-term memories or have forgotten that the community doesn't function without money. And so we still get the bills, you still have to pay them, but the tax dollars are not there. I want to thank personally my friend, Redondo Beach Mayor Bill Brand, for endorsing the 3 incumbents for re-election. Bill knows very well that local initiatives cannot override the California mandates because the 3 of his are gone in Redondo Beach. So let's not dump the police, let's keep the police. That's why we moved here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Davidson. Bob Stearns.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Losey and City Council. I'm Bob Stearns, and I'm with Neighborhood Watch. I'm the area coordinator for Monte Malaga. Before I start, thank you so much for your service and commitment to our wonderful city. Thank you. So I want to recall an incident that happened last week. I was driving in Monte Malaga, that's the area I live in, and I was driving by Monte Malaga Elementary School, and there was school was letting out. It was the afternoon, and there was a line of traffic of cars waiting to pick up their kids. And I was driving the opposite way of that line of traffic, and all of a sudden, a little girl darted out in front of my vehicle. I slammed on the brakes. Thank God, everybody was safe. But what I'm here to do is just remind everybody that we've got school is back in session. I think you're all aware, because traffic in the mornings and afternoons is a little crazy. But I just want to remind everybody to be really, really cautious around the schools. You got to be patient. Drive slowly. The kids they're on foot. They're on scooters, skateboards, bikes, e-bikes. E-bikes is a whole other issue, but just want to remind everybody how important it is to just be so cautious now. It's going to be getting darker as we move along, so that was my public safety announcement. Moving on to one of our initiatives for Neighborhood Watch. As you all know, we partner with our wonderful police department in keeping our communities safe. To further this relationship and in an effort to introduce our members and residents to the police department, we are conducting street meets. Street meets are an informal gathering of neighbors on your block and your adjacent blocks to meet your police officers, to meet your neighbors, members of Neighborhood Watch, to find out about crimes in your neighborhood and city, and to discover how to better protect your family home and car. So these are, like I say, informal gatherings, about an hour. We've had 3 of these now in the Montemalaga area just in the last month. We have one coming up for Montemalaga and one for Malaga Cove this next month. So go to our website, pvenw.org, for more information. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Cindy Jones.
My name is Cindy Jones, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. About a year ago, a little over a year ago, Chad McAllister stood in this very spot and announced that they had a grant fund to look at City Hall and the adjacent areas. And with that grant, they were going to perform an analysis that would be conducted by a company called AECOM. Part of what they were looking at was City Hall, the adjacent areas, to accommodate the city government, police department, fire department, and also look at potential revenue opportunities. What are those revenue opportunities? Well, in digging through 933 pages of PRA requests, I saw a line in there that said there were possible opportunities. They would explore the possibility of additional uses, including a small hotel, dining in small shops, professional offices, attached housing, and then in parentheses was sale, rent, and senior. The adjacent areas that were discussed were the City Hall and the adjacent areas next to City Hall. But they've also, AECOM has also asked for additional information on the possibility to include Civic Center Park, the area we know as Lot O, the public lot in front of Lot O, the buildings behind this City Hall, and also the area over by the fire trail. That was in a data request recently made. So the grant was never given to the city. It was a grant made by the foundation to AECOM. What I didn't see was the city actually requesting that a study be done to look at City Hall and the surrounding areas. I also didn't see yet an approval to move this study forward by the City Council. And yet, for over a year now, we've used public resources or city resources to provide information as this study continues. There's approximately 3 pages of information that was provided by AECOM requesting and noting that they've received a lot of information. That can be found in the 933 pages. Some of those areas that they have utilized our staff was to collect areas on zoning, on building height. I'm sorry, I thought that was for me. Okay. And then additional areas to look at. I'm sorry. So what I'm asking tonight is that this become an agenda item. It's already been requested in city council meetings for 4 times that I've been able to find. I'm sorry.
No, excuse me.
That's
Sorry, she shouldn't have done that. Sorry.
Okay. I'm just making sure it's not for me. Again, I'm asking for transparency, communication with the public, and let us weigh in on something as major as our city hall and the areas surrounding it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. We'll take a quick break there. Do you guys need to do something with this? Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Do you guys need to do something with this? And I think we also had a clock problem there for a second, too. But you're the tallest one. You should be able to do it. Well, are you trying to get, if you put that up, is that going to shine in people's faces? That's what I was like, mustn't that be shining in everybody's eyes? All right, are we good? Much better. Sorry about that. Okay. So I'm going to go sorry, I got my cards mixed up here. That messed me up. Okay, so Audrey Dahlgren. And then after that, I have Bill Dahlgren. So you guys can probably both make your way.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak. Sorry it took so long to get here.
But, you're just fine.
My name is Audrey Dahlgren, and I've been a teacher in Palos Verdes for 30 years. I have used the Norris Theater, which I'm talking about today a little bit, for that long to watch my students perform, my own children to perform, and now I have great-grandchildren to perform. So you know, as a woman's point of view, the Norris Theater and the performing arts of Palos Verdes is very dear to our hearts. I wanted to explain, they wanted me to mention that we have performed there 114 stage musicals, 400 shows of music, art, and magic. We had 12,000 students through our auditions and musical programs there. So it's not just a little theater where some people go, and I'm very proud of it, and I hope it stays. And that's my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Dahlgren.
Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to be here this evening. I'm going to supplement some of the things that Dr. Barrett said earlier about the Palos Verdes Pacific Performing Arts. The Promenade LLC is suing the PVPA for trespass damages for parking cars from the pavilion. PVPA has been parking cars via its verbal agreement with Ron Florence since its opening in 1999. For over 22 years, there has been no problems with parking until the Promenade LLC was struggling financially, and they needed to find a new way of either repackaging the property for sale by removing the Norris Theater and its claims to the parking garage or making money. PVPA has always submitted insurance certificates that cover both the Norris Theater patrons and the pavilion patrons for parking cars in the Promenade LLC parking structure. During the mandatory settlement conference, the settlement judge told PVPA representatives that Promenade would like a check for $1 million for the trespass from October 2019 to present. Obviously, that was absurd. As a gesture of good faith, PVPA took every event that occurred at the pavilion from October 2019 to August 2022 and counted the number of chairs in a layout designed and provided by the three per the Rolling Hills Estates parking requirements to arrive on how many cars on each day's PVPA utilized the parking structure for parking. This, of course, was a low number as the pandemic shut PVPA down in March of 2020, and only few outdoor events occurred until LA County Health Department allowed congregation of patrons and students to students. PVPA then multiplied the number of $3 per spot per day and arrived at a number around 15,000. To sweeten the offer, Palos Verdes Performing Arts made an offer of $20,000 for settlement. The Promenade responded that they want an offer of $1 million plus $100,000 per year to park cars, or we will never have the ability to ever park any cars ever again in a parking structure for pavilion and theater. PVPA believes it is being extorted. Extortion threats and removing the ability to operate the Norris Theater and the pavilion and its education program is the obvious goal of the Promenade. We ask the City of Palos Verdes Estates to stop this from happening. Thank you.
Thank you for the information. Anita Despois?
Thank you. Pretty close. Anita Despois.
I would have gone with that.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. So my name is Anita Despois. I'm actually a second-generation PVE Estates resident and a registered nurse from the area as well. I would actually like to ask the council to address the following items related to the City Hall project. The relationship between McGowan PVE Foundation and AECOM, and the grant made from McGowan PVE Foundation to AECOM. Third, AECOM requesting data collection from our PVE city staff. They're already short-staffed. They're using city resources to do this with a staffing issue. We're actually asking department heads that are allocated to gather the details. As a nursing leader, I know what I do. As a leader, I delegate to my frontline staff. So we're still using the resources. Maybe the leaders may not be doing it, but the staff is doing that. 4, there was an independent consulting company that did offer to conduct an unbiased study, or at least review the AECOM study. I'd like to request that we take a look at that. Or if we're not going to, why not? The community needs to have a voice in all of this. I'd also like to ask that we please summarize yesterday's meeting that happened from 8 to 12 noon that had 18 to 20 attendees, none of whom were PVE residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Parker. And this is for items not on the agenda. Right, Mr. Parker?
Good evening. I've lived in Palos Verdes Estates for 37 years, and I have some suggestions. The volunteer police people that drive around in the white cars and burn gas, what do they actually do? They could be helping the city by checking business licenses. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of companies operating here year after year with no city license whatsoever. That includes the dog washers, many of the landscape companies, and lots of contractors. So I highly suggest that a program like that be put into place. The city needs money, and there's lots of money being lost there. They drive around in starched shirts and burn gas. Let them do something productive. They're smart and capable, so let them do something purposeful. Secondly, when it gets dark this winter and the traffic control is taking place out here in the corner, please use the city-owned light stand. We own one that's in very good condition. I think it's a 2015 diesel powered, just like the one that the city rents. So please put it to use. Thank you.
Thank you. Desiree Myers.
Good evening. My name is Desiree Myers, and I'm running for City Council, and I led the PEVE Land Preservation Act to protect our land and the character of our city. I wanted to provide you an update on our Preserve PVE group who led the Preservation Act. First, we have about 12% of the unused of funds that we have not used, and the funds will be prorated and returned to the donors. Full accounting of all funds received and spent are stored on the city site. Next, we're looking at our next focus for preservation. The PVE Land Conservancy is separate from Preserve PVE. The Conservancy has initiated a wonderful program to protect our PV land called Go Wild. PVE would benefit from our own program to provide funding for our parkland as well. Our vision is to bring donations into the city to beautify and preserve our beautiful parkland. These donations would go directly to the city, so it's 100% transparent with no middleman. We are reaching out to residents and asking if they would like to be part of establishing policies and projects to direct these designated funds to our parklands. If any additional residents are interested, please email us at info@preservepve.org. We are looking also at further legal protection for our parkland. We have learned during the act that the city can legally sell parkland as long as the new owner maintains it as open space. But what if those new owners want to advertise our parkland as an attraction and would like to build parking lots and visitor centers to facilitate additional traffic on our parkland? I hear strong resident support for a second initiative that requires voter approval to sell or gift our parklands away. This places our assets and choices safely in the hands of the landowners, which is us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll speak just briefly on Joan's comments. She's angry. They're not true. She doesn't have proof. And it would be helpful if she could engage in a meaningful discussion. The town hall was recorded, but for the privacy of the residents that were there, they asked not to be on tape so they could ask potentially controversial questions. So the recording that did occur only showed us at the top as speakers. It's 7 gigs, and I haven't had the time to upload it, but I will. And so everybody can share in the information that was provided. And as you know, everybody in the city was welcome to come, invited. We sent flowers to everyone. Mayor Losey, thank you for joining us that evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm on my last card, Valerie Gorsuch. If anyone else wanted to speak in the general public comment, send the cards forward. Valerie Gorsuch.
I'm sorry. Thank you for waiting for me. I know that there is an election going on in this city, and I'm sort of having a problem with the amount of signs that are placed all over the city that are not legal. There are certain rules as to where signs can be, and first of all, they can't be on the parklands that we talk about. They need to have permission of the owner to be placed on property, and yet I know many people who have had signs placed on their property that they did not request, including one person who's had it done 3 times. And she takes the sign down and a new one pops up, and she takes the sign down and a new one pops up. It happened 3 times that I'm aware of, and I have no idea what's going on now. I have my next door neighbor had a sign, and they didn't know where it came from, and they didn't want it, but they thought it was on city right-of-way, so they didn't think they had the authority to take it down, but it was taken down. I would like to see the city put some notification on the website as to what are the rules and who can enforce these rules. I don't know if me as a citizen can see a land on open space and legally take it down. Do I have the authority to do that or not? I think this may be the code enforcement officer's job, but it's way more than that person can handle. So I would like some message in a newsletter and on the city website to instruct us as to how we can deal with the illegal placement of signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Good suggestion. Thank you. Okay, so that was all I had for public comment. Oh, wait, one more. Oops, 1 second. It's moving. It's making its way. Did I see one more hand go up in the back there? Thought I did. Wait, I think I see a hand. Oh, can I get that card too, please?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Thank you.
You know, while he's writing, I'll go ahead. So it says D. Ramirez Hampson.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate that we're able to meet today. What I want to talk about is transparency, and I'd like to just give you...
Yep, we can't...
I said what I'd like to...
There you go, better.
Thank you. I've never been accused of being too quiet. What I really just want to touch on is transparency. There are many details that you may be aware of, you may not be aware of, that you should be aware of. And so it's going to sound very random, but I'm going to lay out a few things, and they all relate back to transparency and record keeping, actually. So the AMCON study is one and that you all know of. For anyone who reads the text of those 900 pages, that should be out in the open. Another point, record keeping within our city. I so appreciate the effort Kaylin makes. I know it's difficult, but she really upholds a professional level, and I thank you. But it's unacceptable that we hear about AMCON having access to zoning information, and our own zoning map has disappeared. Lot O was continually impressed upon us by this council, by the city attorney, as commercial. When it then flipped at the last meeting, there was no acknowledgement of that statement that showed tremendous intention. Let's go back to transparency. All this information is missing. AMCON was missing for a long time. Lot O, zoning information, Lot O specifically was blurred. It wasn't blurred, according to Kaylin and the county assessor, and even the database that marks the MAPS transportation project that this whole roundabout was beginning to be based on. So that's the natural diversity database. And you don't know this about me, but I'm a conservationist at heart, and I work there as a college student. So it was really weird to see that come all the way around. Anyhow, transparency. I have written letters that I did not see on the website for today's discussion about the Via Elvado tree, that I'll wait for that discussion, but I'd like it to be known. My letter was not there. All of you received that letter. The Parklands Committee received that letter.
I'm going to ask you to stop there.
No, I won't go on into any detail, but the point of it is,
Sorry. Your
the
time's
point
up.
of it
You
is
said you're going to come back on that
transparency.
item. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Ronaudo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry I didn't know the protocol. I'm John Renato. I'm here representing the Palos Verdes Performing Arts Theater, the Norris. I am been coming up here, listening to them forever, and they graciously asked me to join their board. So that's my representation here. If you apologize, I'll read this. It's such a complex issue, I just don't want to stumble. The Promenade LLC is not, which is the mall owner that they get their parking from, is not following the guidance in the 1981 agreement, which is precluding its Palos Verdes Performing Arts employee, the public, and the patrons from parking. The Norris Theater should be able to park pursuant to this theater, which had this 1981 agreement with the mall and the city that says specifically the lot and improvements thereon may be used only as a nonprofit community theater for community and charitable purposes, including thereto, not limited to, God, I love this legalese, used as a community meeting place, a cultural center, conference facility, meetings, forums, cultural events, yada, yada. The Promenade contends that only ticketed performances are allowed to park there potentially. They're not recognizing that even the staff who operate and work the theater on a various basis, outside of the ticket event, like rehearsals for shows, prop production, lighting, design, maintenance, wiring, box office, volunteers and volunteer management, that they should have access and be able to park there. Their ignorance or callous disregard for how the theater operates and their blatant misinterpretation of the agreement has resulted in not allowing any of the Palos Verdes performing art activities or people to park for any or all of these activities. This, we feel, is an unfair business practice and will ultimately shut down the theater. I mean, along with this, between legalese that is just mind-boggling, $1 million, they'd like $1 million for the parking that they say we've used for the last 2 years, and want another $100,000 a year going forward. I mean, for us, it's just staggering, and it would work to shut them down. So, I am here to urge the city to stop this from happening, to protect the city and its residents' interest in this matter, and to give us support in keeping this iconic venue open. Something that was started by local residents, is the joy of them, and it's supported by mostly people up here on the Hill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So I noticed that, how many people did we have? 4 or 5 people that spoke on that, and all said, gee, we need your support, but what would be helpful is maybe get back in touch with the city and tell us what that looked like.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Well, I said that several of you spoke on the Performing Arts Center and said, oh, we want your support, but we probably need you to come back, maybe send us
and see what that looks
email
like
to the city manager. Is that a letter? Is that what is that? So the city manager, and I think it's just citymanager@pvestates.org. Am I right? That would be great if you could send us something more and just
to the city manager?
Please.
That would be excellent. Thank you. Thank you so
all
much.
Took the trouble to come. So
that is to the city manager. That is wonderful. Boy, that's great
just
news.
handed out somebody else's email address.
I know.
Work on his.
Sorry that you got thrown under the bus, sir, but
well, that's what it
we'll take it.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
for
I
coming.
appreciate it.
Yep, you're welcome. Okay, So let's move on to the consent agenda. So we have got 1 through 11 plus item 16. We've got minutes from 4 city council meetings. We've got 3 warrant registers. Items 3, 4, and 5 are meeting minutes from the Finance Advisory Committee, Parklands Committee, Traffic Safety Committee. Item 6 is the June 2021 valuation from CalPERS. 7 is changing the time of the start time for the Planning Commission. 8 and 9 is investment transaction reports. Number 10 is a contract extension for Bearcom. Number 11, approval of the MOU with the Public Service Employees Association. We moved up number 16, which is a notice from the PV Golf Club of a bylaws change. I recuse myself from that one because I'm a member of the club. Does anybody have any items on the consent agenda? Any changes to the consent agenda? Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a minor edit on item number 1 and a few questions on item number 6.
Pull?
Yeah, pull those.
Okay, so we're going to pull number 1.
Do we have to pull
We do.
the question?
We do. Yes, I've been informed that we've been doing it wrong in the past, so we're going to do it right. 1 and 6? Yep. Okay, so, no, I'm sorry, Councilmember Kemps, did you have anything in addition to that? Okay, so, okay, slightly tricky, but here we go. May I have a motion to approve 2 items, consent agenda items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, no, not 6. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 16. I recuse from 16, but do I have a motion to approve that consent agenda? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Okay, so that carries.
Mayor, we didn't have any requests to speak on any of the items.
Oh, I don't. You're right. I don't. I did not have any cards for anyone wanting to speak on a consent agenda item. Am I right on that? Anybody? Okay, no, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't have a card, so I didn't say anything. Okay, so then let's go to a consent agenda item number 1. Councilmember Murdoch, can you say what your issue is?
Yes, just on the June 28th minutes, I just need a minor edit on item number 16. That should read, to provide an aging schedule for the special funds. The word aging was missing, and the whole point was for us to understand the aging of the special funds so we know when they're going to expire. So there was just the key word missing.
Do you have that? Okay.
That's it.
Everyone okay with that change? Okay. Is that all I have to do? I know you're going to want a motion and a second. I knew it. May I have a motion to approve Councilmember Murdoch's suggested edit or correction?
So moved.
Second?
To approve and to accept all of the others, right?
And to what?
To approve all the minutes with the correction.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay, right. That.
Is that your motion, sir?
That's your motion?
I'll move that we approve the city council action minutes from June 28th, June 11th, June 12th, and 26th with Councilmember Murdoch's aforementioned edits.
And I will second.
Great, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Number 6, receive and file CalPERS June 30, 2021 annual evaluation report. Again, Councilmember Murdoch's item.
Yes, I just have a few questions that I wanted our City Support Services Director to address, and part of this is just, CalPERS, because of the way that they do the aging and stuff, this is really more about clarity and education for staff and residents and the rest of this. And so, Stephen, so this report that just came out, it's 1 year in arrears, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then to confirm, this valuation report does not include the $1.8 million in additional payment that we've done for the debt?
Also correct.
And then does it reflect the changes to the employee normal cost contributions that went into effect with the recent MOU and resolutions?
No, it would not.
Okay. And will next year's valuation include those two items, the $1.8 million and the additional employee contributions?
Yes, it would.
All right, thank you.
Look like you have a follow-up question, Councilmember Kemps.
Is it 2 years in arrears or 1 for that to actually hit the report?
It's as of June 30, 2021. It's issued in June of 2022, so it's a 1 year in arrears.
Okay. Thank you.
Comments on that? Okay. If there's no further questions, may I have a motion to approve item number 6?
We actually don't need a motion. If listeners don't objection, you can receive and file. Great.
Okay, so we're good there? All right. All right, so that takes care of the consent agenda, and then we moved up number 15, correct? We did. So let us do number 15, which is consideration of ordinance 22-757, an ordinance of the City of Palos Verdes Estates amending Chapter 13.08, storm drains and stormwater management and pollution control of the City of Palos Verdes Estates Municipal Code. May we have a staff report, please? Public Works Director Anastasia Seams.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We're here tonight to introduce on the first reading of the ordinance number 22-757. The City of Palos Verdes Estates, along with LA County, the LA County Flood Control District, and 84 other incorporated cities within the coastal watersheds of LA County, are subject to waste discharge requirements, which are included in a regional stormwater permit. The permit identifies conditions, requirements, and programs that municipalities must implement to protect the regional water resources, as were discussed earlier tonight in the presentation. And as mentioned earlier this evening, the regional permit was updated to replace the previous 2012 regional permit, and that was adopted in July of 2021, became effective in September of 2021. So in order to become in compliance with the new permit and to incorporate the new permit requirements that are outlined, we are proposing to update the city's municipal code. The proposed ordinance includes changes to the code, such as adding and modifying definitions, modifying prohibitions of illicit discharges and illicit connections to storm drains, and modifying requirements for industrial, commercial, and construction activities, as well as adding and modifying planning and land development program requirements for new development and redevelopment projects. There's also a change with the follow-up inspections, or adding follow-up inspections to enforcement options for failed facility inspections. And that concludes my staff report.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to invite council members to ask some questions, but I don't have any cards up here from any members of the public wanting to speak on this item. So if you did want to speak, send up a card. Anybody? Councilmember Murdoch?
Yeah, I have one question. There are statements regarding conservation or conserving natural areas, soils, and vegetation, and minimizing disturbances to natural drainage patterns, etc. And I see mentions of 1 acre or greater. So my question is, what, if any, impact will this have on our residents or our neighborhood compatibility ordinance considerations regarding remodeling or building new homes? Does this code affect that at all, or is this more about larger scale projects?
And it looks like Ms. McGowan is lifting out of her chair like she might have an answer. So I don't know if Anastasia, if you wanted her help as well, but she is available.
Oh, I was waiting to be, is that okay? Sure.
You're up.
Would you like me to answer?
You're up. You're standing. There you go.
So there are minor changes in that section. They're not significantly different from what was in place before. Honestly, these changes really were more about expressing the requirements in a way that align with the changes that were made in the regional permit, which are simpler than they were before. But new and redevelopment projects, typically a new development project, which would be like a new home, would not trigger the numeric requirements in here unless it was a project disturbing 1 acre of land, and applying 10,000 square feet of impervious surfaces. For redevelopment projects, if a homeowner is just doing an interior remodel, it would have no impact. An exterior addition would have to be at least 5,000 square feet of impervious area added or created or replaced on an existing project that already had 10,000 square feet of impervious area. So not that many projects in their city are going to trigger the strict numeric requirements. The narrative requirements you referred to about conserving natural areas and so forth, that's just a kind of a narrative requirement that provides some discretion for city staff to, work with developers to try to make sure that we're managing runoff from the property in a way that's compatible with the flood control system and the curb and gutter, and not sending stormwater straight to the curb and gutter if there's a way to kind of naturally manage it on the property. Again, trying to reduce those impacts downstream and flooding, but they're not strict numeric requirements. It's just providing some guidance, and that language is also in the municipal permit.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? No, you sort of looked like you had a follow-up. No? Okay. Councilmember Kemps? No? And then, Anastasia, did you have something else? You look like were you going to add something to that point as well, or she covered it?
No, she covered it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, good. Thank you. All right. So, if there's nothing else, would someone like to make a motion, and remember by title only?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
We actually need to continue this item. The actual ordinance itself was not included in the packet. It was just the text of the changes itself. So we need to continue this item to the following meeting.
So then we'll bring that back to the next meeting, and then we'll do the first reading
Yes,
at the
we need
next
a motion
meeting.
to continue the first reading.
Okay, so can I have a motion to continue, please?
I'll move that we continue item 15 to the next meeting pending the actual ordinance.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. None opposed? All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the report from our Public Works Director, and thank you to our consultant, Ms. McGowan, for staying. We appreciate that. Thank you, and good to see you. Great. Okay, so we'll bang that one out in the next meeting. On to our public hearings. So again, if you want to speak, we're going to move on to item number 12. I just have I've got about 5 cards for number 12. So if you meant to send up a card on item number 12, please do so. Okay, so this item is the appeal of Parklands Committee, July 14, 2022, denial of PC-567-22, application to remove 1 Canary Island pine located in the parkway adjacent to 1809 Via Cornell, and 1 eucalyptus located in the parkway adjacent to 1805 Via Cornell. We are going to, just to kind of give you a sense of how this goes, we're going to hear a staff report. The council has an opportunity to ask some clarifying questions. We'll open the public hearing. We'll take a comment first from the appellant, and then we'll hear public comment, and then the appellant will have an opportunity to close the public hearing, deliberation, and that's how we go. Oh, he nodded. The city attorney nodded. I must. Great. So let's start with the staff report from our Public Works Director, please.
Thank you. Permit PC 56622 was reviewed by the Parklands Committee at the July 14th, 2022 meeting. The application requested to remove 1 Canary Island pine located in the parkway adjacent to 1809 Via Cornell, and 1 eucalyptus located in the parkway adjacent to 1805 Via Cornell. The primary purpose of the request for the tree removals was for the view from the applicant's residence. At the Parklands Committee meeting, it was discussed that both the Canary Island pine and the eucalyptus are part of the neighborhood character on Via Cornell, that public safety was determined to not be affected by the trees, and that privacy is not created by the trees. The action taken by the Parklands Committee was to deny the application to remove both the Canary Island pine and the eucalyptus on Via Cornell. The applicant then filed an appeal, so we're here tonight for City Council to review action from the recommendation from the Parklands Committee, and the options for moving forward are either to approve the Parklands Committee's recommendation without modification, to approve the Parklands Committee recommendation with modification, or to deny the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I open the public hearing, do any council members have any questions for staff? Questions for staff? Nope. Okay.
Do we have any disclosures?
Yes, I met with Mr. Vacy and his wife.
I joined Councilmember Murdoch for that meeting. We visited both 1421 Via Arco, as well as the location of the trees on 1809 Via Cornell.
I visited the Vacy home.
I visited the appellant's home and the subject trees.
Yep, definitely. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's open the public hearing. Mr. Vacy, you get to go first.
Good evening.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I am representing not only myself, but several neighbors, including Mrs. Hardy at 1809 Via Cornell, in requesting the 2 trees be removed. The tree management policy states, when considering an application for the pruning or removal of public trees or vegetation for view restoration, the Parklands Committee shall respect and to the greatest extent practicable shall strive to reserve or enhance scenic views from the main viewing area of residential structures. 9 neighbors in writing or in Zoom supported this request to the Parklands Committee. No one opposed it, yet the application was denied. The entire 1800 block of Via Cornell now either requests or supports the removal of these trees. 3 homes on Via Cornell and 3 homes on Via Arco have view impacts from these trees. 1805 and 1809 Via Cornell have safety concerns from the 2 trees. In denying this application, one committee member stated, "We can only consider this applicant. I don't know of this policy." The committee should look at the total picture. The tree removals favorably impact 6 homes with view homes and 2 homes with safety issues. If there were negative impacts, then I assume the committee would look at that as a reason for denial. The committee should look at the overall impact on all neighbors. Another committee member stated, "These people we are talking about, these trees were there. In fact, the pine trees were not there. We built our home in 1974 when pine trees on Via Cornell did not exist. In 1976, 2 years later, the Hardys at 1809 Via Cornell built their home and were required to plant 3 Canary Island pines in the parkway. These trees have grown to over 60 feet and subsequently have become a view impairment to neighbors, as well as a fire hazard to the homeowner at 1809. There is a precedent for the removal of the pine trees. In 2007, the owner of 1400 Via Arco received approval and received 1 pine tree from across from 1825 Via Cornell, which blocked her Queen's Necklace view. In 2011, 10 pine trees were removed from the 1900 block of Via Cornell. 2 pine trees have been removed from 1817 Via Cornell and replaced with the current street tree. Both 1808 and 1812 Via Cornell were built when the pine tree was the required street tree. Neither now have pine trees. At an 1809 council candidate forum, candidate Losey stated that neighbors need to work on trees and views. Candidate Kemp stated collaboration among neighbors is huge. In this case, all the neighbors on the 1800 block of Via Cornell support the removal of these trees. The Los Angeles County Fire Suppression District has established guidelines suggesting that pine trees should be put no closer to 75 feet in a structure. The city forester says this does not include trees already there. The fact is that if new trees can't be planted within 75 feet due to fire danger, this is an indication that trees already there are a danger. In this case, 3 60-foot canary pine trees grouped 35 feet in front of the home would appear to be a fire hazard to most people. Certainly it is to Mrs. Hardy, the owner of 1809. Mrs. Hardy is an elderly widow. She's unable to be here. She doesn't drive anymore, so I'm speaking on her behalf. In summary, the neighborhood vastly supports removal of these trees. In fact, 14 neighbors. Their opinion should carry more weight than any one individual or those outside the neighborhood. The trees represent a tiny fraction of the total trees, both public and private, in the city. There's probably 50,000 total trees in this city. I think there's probably 12 to 15,000 city-owned trees. In recent times, there's been a tendency to ignore the wishes of the residents. Now is the time to give them due respect. This request should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to Laura Agnew. Is Laura here? Okay, set that there for a second. Jim D'Angelo?
I'm going to be a little redundant because he kind of knows what I said.
Okay.
Jim D'Angelo, 1805 Via Cornell. Around 14 neighborhood residents, for various reasons, wrote to you that they feel these trees damage their home life, property values, or neighborhood character. Please don't force these trees on our lives. Safety. During our construction last year, the eucalyptus tree had branches over 6 inches thick by 10 feet long snap off 3 separate times, one time almost hitting a worker and once hitting and damaging a parked car. The city hauled away the branches. Pine cones are constantly falling into the street where people may be. Fire department. You were all provided with a copy of the Los Angeles County Fire Department Fuel Modification Guidelines, which is the city's requirement we had to follow. Contrary to what has been said, the fire department does find these trees problematic and a danger. Page 4, eucalyptus trees are considered undesirable and are not allowed to be planted. Page 7, pine trees must be at least 75 feet from a house for fire safety. The eucalyptus tree is 48 feet from our house, and the pine tree is 35 feet from our neighbor's house. Neighborhood character. As part of our approved plan, we planted rose bushes, agapanthus, and rosemary for ground cover. The constant shedding of pine needles, eucalyptus leaves, and bark gets embedded in the plants. It does not turn into mulch, as has been stated. Instead, it is waste that blankets and deteriorates the new city-approved landscape, making our neighborhood less attractive, and eventually, much of that landscape will die, and other pine needles and leaves and branches end up as waste in the street. When you look around the cities, it is not uncommon to see the debris and damage to the plants below pine trees and eucalyptus trees. Just because the trees have been there for a while and are not dying, please don't let them continue to adversely affect these residents. We are not anti-tree. We just don't want them to hurt our home life. The city required me to plant 3 pink trumpets, that is the appropriate street tree, and we're fine with that. Or I'll say the required street tree for the city of Palos Verdes Estates in our neighborhood. They want pink trumpets. Removing the trees will give our neighborhood a better landscape appearance with the city-approved plan. It will improve the enjoyment of our properties, protect property values, properties from being damaged, and public safety in general. And it will enhance our neighborhood character, as so many of our neighborhood residents have expressed to you in writing. Please allow the 2 trees to be removed, and please don't force these trees on the residents. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. D'Angelo.
Mayor, I have a question for Mr. D'Angelo, if that's okay.
Sure.
There was a second eucalyptus on your lot before you developed it. I don't know if it was there at the time you started or
It wasn't.
It was not, okay.
It was just gone. Okay. But there was, you're right, there was a tree there, but someone took that down.
Jeff Garrett.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a new resident here. I've only been living here for 2 years, and I'm having issues. I knew what it was to buy a house here. For me to get a full-on view meant spending another $500,000, and I couldn't afford that. So I have a partial view that is being slowly blocked by my neighbors that are slowly planting trees that don't block them, but they block me. So I'm dealing with that in my lawsuit right now and things like that. Forget all the reasons that they've given you already for all the valid reasons for why these trees should be removed. I just want to express that you have every single neighbor around them, around Bob's house, wants the tree out. Every single neighbor involved. That should be enough reason right there for you and for your constituents to vote those trees out. And why the Parklands Committee didn't do it, I don't know. You got some tree people that love the trees and everything. But basically, as I said, everybody involved wants them out. I don't see any reason why you should not vote them out. Take the trees out. Put another tree in if you need to, a small tree, but that's all I have to say.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask a question also? Sir, if I can ask you a quick question, do you have a view impact from these particular trees, personally?
No, not me. No, my house is actually further away from these.
And Mark Vasey, and this is the last card that I have.
Good evening. My name is Mark Vasey, and I live on Via Margarita, just around the corner from the subject trees. We are here today because the Parkland Committee has failed to perform their duties with any degree of competence. This is not a complicated case. The tree management policy clearly sets forth considerations for the removal of trees. The first provision states the committee shall respect, preserve, or enhance views. The word shall is important because it means the committee must preserve views, and it's not discretionary. The Parkland Committee failed to follow this provision. They claim that the application can only be considered from Mr. Vasey's residence. I want to be clear that the resolution does not state any such restriction, and to make a ruling on this basis is without merit. Mr. Vasey has filled out paperwork, but he specifically advised 6 other residents have joined the application, and as such are applicants themselves. They are not merely offering support. The failure to recognize a joinder by Ms. Hardy, the D'Angelos, Lynn, and the Woos is wrong and a waste of the city resources. California courts recognize joinders, but somehow the Parkland Committee does not. This is nothing but gamesmanship and should not be condoned by the council. You have been provided with numerous statements and photos from the Vaseys and each of the 6 joining applicants showing substantial view impairment based on substantial view impairment. Based on the mandatory language of this view provision, this alone is sufficient for the removal of the trees. The second provision states the parkland shall respect the neighborhood character. None of the neighbors want the 2 trees. This is not a request to remove 5 blocks worth of trees to build a housing development. This is a mere 2 trees out of thousands of trees in the area, and the mere removal of 2 trees will not impact the character of the neighborhood in any manner. It is important to note that the Parkland Committee has failed to provide any facts in support of their denial based on the provision. The committee's argument is just that they don't want to remove the trees. No facts, nothing. The fourth provision deals with public safety. Again, the Parkland Committee has failed to provide any facts in support of their claim that safety is not affected. Numerous neighbors have stated that large branches are falling off trees. One nearly hit a person, another damaged a car. Pine cones are creating tripping hazards. The fire department, pursuant to its fuel modification guidelines, does not allow eucalyptus trees, and pine trees must be at least 75 feet from a house. Tell me if you've heard this before tonight. The city is now on notice of the danger associated with these trees, and the failure to act can subject the city to liability. Based on the foregoing, the Parkland Committee denial is wrong, baseless, and without merit. I respectfully ask that the council carefully consider the facts before you, not only from Mr. Vasey, but from all the joinder applicants, including the Hardys, D'Angelos, Lins, and Woos, and allow the removal of the subject trees. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Vasey, you get another 5 minutes if you'd like it.
Oh, I won't take 5 minutes. one of the original intents, as I explained when you visited, is the restoring of the view, the portion of the Queen's Necklace view that was promised to us by the City Council back in 2007. And we would like to get that back. Mrs. Hardy, she would like all 3 trees taken out just for safety reasons. As I explained, she's elderly, widow, and she would be much more comfortable with those trees removed. We were only asking for 1 tree here, but again, I think as she explained in her letter, that she would like to have both or all 3 trees removed. But I'll take any questions you have.
Great, no, I think that's good. Is that all you have?
Pardon?
Is that all you have for this?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Well, can I add one more thing?
You may.
Councilman Kemps asked me the other day about a replacement tree, and I said I was agreeable to that. I had agreed to that in the Parklands Committee meeting to put a street tree in there. I'm still agreeable to that. So, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Somebody likes to get us started?
I have a question for staff.
Okay.
I think Carl's not with us, but hopefully I can spin this on you and you can handle it. Talk to us a bit about both the fire issue and the proximity to the homes, as well as what the staff recommendations were in the Parkland Committee, please.
Yes, so for the fire safety element, staff followed up with the fire department and reviewed the trees and the concern with them. The publication that the fire department has about the 75 feet for pine trees is a rule of thumb that's been published, but when talking to the fire department, the stance was, well, it's different if it's a street tree versus if it's out in parklands, and they said it kind of depends on the situation. And for this case, they said that they didn't feel that we needed to remove the trees for a safety concern. And then since they are about 30 feet away and the branches are at a relatively high, even though it's subjective, but high level, they're not touching a roof, they're more than 5 feet away from the roof, then that was considered to not be a safety concern from a fire standpoint.
I noticed that one of the pine trees also had, probably can't see a picture, but one of the pine trees also was pretty close to a palm tree. The Canary Island pine in question was close to a palm. And when I had toured another section of the city that was being cleared for fire, Carl had made comments to me about proximity of trees next to each other, etc. So I'm curious about the proximity of this pine tree to the palm tree that I'm referencing. The palm tree is actually on the subject residence and not in the right-of-way.
Okay. My understanding was that there wasn't a concern with the trees at that location.
Okay. And then I think my last one is some of the public speakers made comments about the requirements in report making reference to eucalyptus trees not being preferable. The fact that they're not preferable does not mean that we should simply raise all the eucalyptus trees that we have in our city, correct?
That is correct.
TV Drive North would look interesting if we did that.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I think previously, let me see, I had the note here. The eucalyptus tree was the street tree there, and so was the Canary Island pine. Now it is a different tree, but throughout the history of that street, both those trees were street trees.
Okay.
Designated street trees. And then your other question that I didn't answer yet was about staff's recommendation at the Parklands Committee meeting, and staff's recommendation at that time was to deny the application.
Okay, thank you. Can you talk to us, I think this is my last one, can you talk to us about the potential or possibility of trimming either one or both of those, what's involved, and whether or not that would make a suitable difference?
The trees can be trimmed. They were trimmed in 2021. So, and that was why they weren't considered to be needing trimming yet. since it was April 2021. They could be trimmed in terms of the view from that residence. Typically, we, for the trimming, it would be to thin out the branches or to limb up from the location of the applicant's residence. I don't think that would necessarily change kind of where they're located in the view.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilmember Murdoch?
Yeah, I just want to get clarity regarding, so we have a tree management policy, and my understanding of that policy is that in the section above the considerations, there's two statements that I think often get lost when people are talking about trees, and one is that it's the city's intent to balance trees versus views. Is that a correct paraphrasing of
that is
our
correct.
policy? And I think the other thing that our policy says is that we don't remove trees for view reasons. And therefore, if there's not a safety reason according to the LA Fire Department, LA County Fire Department, then this is really about removing trees for view.
It says that residents can petition to remove street trees and vegetations when views are or becoming significantly obstructed or for other non-view related reasons. And so the Parklands Committee tries to then define what significantly obstructed would be when it comes to a view. And then it also mentions going into the consideration about the views and that it's supposed to be from the main viewing area of the residential structure of the applicant.
Thank you.
Someone mentioned that there was some sort of prohibition against planting eucalyptus. Is that true? That you're aware?
It's no longer the street tree, so it's not
no longer the street tree.
Yeah.
Okay. And can you comment? I did not watch the hearing for this, so I don't know. Did the Parklands Committee make the assertion that these others could not join the application?
It was that the letters were included as part of the application in the staff report, but then it was that the view was to be considered from the applicant's residence.
Where did they get that direction?
That's in the tree management policy. It says, it says scenic views from the main viewing area of the residential structure. And so they looked at it from the residence of the applicant.
In some of the, in a letter from the owner of 1417 Via Arco dated May 19th, she appears to be trying to join the application. I'm just wondering, I mean, I find it's very surprising that we wouldn't consider, like on an appeal, for example, for a planning commission item, we would hear from all affected neighbors, even if only one of them filed the appeal, and consider the entire thing. Maybe this is a question for the city attorney, I don't know, but I would assume that we're free to consider all of that evidence.
Consider the evidence. You can consider anything that's been brought forward tonight.
Yes. Okay. And we're not limited to only the view impacts by the appellant in this case.
I just double check the tree policy. I don't think we are, but here's the policy. Take a look. I'll just say what we have is, from the applicant, and that's what's been documented. If there are other ones, then staff would need to be able to document, what those are for there. I don't see if there's been is there any formal process that we have put in terms of people joining a application? Okay.
No, we don't
seem
have
to
a formal
that, but
process.
they could bring their own application.
Bring their own.
Separately.
Okay, on May 19th, the owner of 1417 says, I have authorized Mr. Vassie to submit to the Parklands application on my behalf and to represent me at the hearing. Sure sounds like she tried to join it.
Did she turn in an application?
Honestly, Bob Vassie was the applicant at the.
Yeah, I don't know if we do, because then, if someone had an application, it should be vetted by the Parklands Committee, and they should document that view and view from her location. If they want to come as a joint, the initial part, then staff can go and look at it. That evidence would then be vetted by the Parklands Committee. So I don't know if...
But her letter was part of the, I mean, they were all free to go view this.
And I think there was a comment in Parklands from one or two of the Parklands committee members that they're looking at it from this applicant and the view restoration from this address, and they commented and said, gee, some of the people over there I could see having an issue with those trees, but they didn't bring an application. And I think they could, but I don't think that's this application, is my sense.
This decision wouldn't preclude them from bringing their own application.
Would or would not?
Would not.
Would not, right. Yeah.
But we are not prevented from considering everything that's presented here, including all the
letters,
everything received.
Yeah, you can consider all the evidence that's brought here before you. You're weighing the findings based on the application that's been brought forward.
Yeah, and the application itself was submitted, the name of the applicant on the application form was Bob Vassie, so that's how the Parklands viewed it.
I'll just leave this comment. I think it's very unusual that we would not just consider everyone who wants to be part of this app. I mean, if they had just showed up at the counter together and all put their names on the application, then it would be their joint application. They don't each need to submit an application and payment.
The same process was followed for Apsley Trail and for the Villa Romero trees. There was one applicant, and then what would happen is all the other neighbors would submit letters and send a check to the applicant to defray the cost of the application.
Right, but we didn't require them as a matter of process here that they all actually be on the application. I went and visited all their homes and made sure that I understood the entire case being made.
Correct.
Okay. Great. Okay. Anyone like to start, kind of share their thoughts?
So I'll start. It is compelling to me that some of the neighbors of the properties adjacent to these two trees are in favor of their removal, but it's definitely not sufficient for me. Not for the reasons that they stated. The appellant's view is very substantial and is not, in my view, substantially impaired by these trees. So based on that alone, I would not consider it appropriate to remove the trees. However, the neighbor next door at 1417, in her letter and photographs that she presented, I think makes a more compelling case for them having a substantial impact on our view, and I think that's something for us to consider without coming to a conclusion on that.
Okay. Councilmember Kemps or Councilmember Murdoch?
Well, I'll say the 1417 information is new. Looking at it from the appellant's property, while I respect and understand the desire to have the Queen's Necklace view fully returned, I struggle with the main viewing area aspect, so I'm in sync with Councilmember Roos or Mayor Pro Tem Roos there. I think that the challenge here is we have an aging urban forest, and we need to address it and deal with it. And I've heard comments throughout the community, and I heard some implications tonight that geez, you guys put a bunch. I'm just going to say it directly. You guys put a bunch of tree huggers on the Parkland Committee, and I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that's accurate. I think they are appropriately looking at the situation from the standpoint of, if we have applications to, there's three pine trees in a row on this street or in this location, forgetting the eucalyptus. And if every time we get an application, we say, sure, take that one, and we're not looking at the history of this, I think what's happened is not that this council has changed its approach, maybe from past ones, as to who we're putting on the Parkland Committee and what those thoughts are. But I think we're looking at this from the nature of the entire urban forest and wanting to do things like look at an inventory and understand what the impact is of these individual applications. I'll also say, and I believe it not to be true in this case, that what drives us absolutely insane is when people come forward and they give us great stories and we remove the trees, and 30 days later I drive by and there's a for sale sign. it's insulting and it's rude. So I think we need to look at this situation as an entire community and solve for that from the standpoint of the inventory. I am moved by the other neighbor. I don't think this view impact is sufficient for me, but in conversation here, I will remain open.
Councilmember Murdoch?
Yes. So I'm in sync with my colleagues here regarding the view from Mr. Vasey's house. This basically a 180-degree view, and this is there in the corner. I realize it's mostly seen from the kitchen and standing at the sink. I can't really weigh in regarding 1417 because I didn't visit it. And, I see the picture here in our staff report, but without actually going and visiting, I don't know if they also have a 180-degree view, and this is impacting some of it. But I look and there's other trees that are also impacting their view. I do agree the folks on Via Cornell probably have a bigger view impact from these trees, but when I look at the pictures, there are a lot of other trees that have a greater view impact. The palm tree that you were talking about, Michael, because these trees, at least for Via Cornell, they're up high, and so the trunks are kind of about at roof level, but then you look at the palm tree and it's this big mass. I don't know what kind of palm tree it is, and then there's a bunch of other private trees. So I feel like there are other trees that are bigger view issues for them. It's rather than the city trees.
Okay. So, thanks for everyone's comments. And so, I recognize, of course, that trees and views are sensitive topics for sure. So for me, as you drove up Via Coronel, the trees fit the character of the street. The eucalyptus, the 3 pine trees in a row. One thing I immediately noticed is that the pine tree and maybe I think it's the tree you're talking about, the pine tree that they're asking to be removed, there's a palm right behind it. So if you take out the pine, then you got a palm. So I didn't think that made sense. They fit the character of the street. They were healthy. They had appeared to be fairly recently trimmed. I thought the trees looked great. From the Vasey home, I observed that the house and where their house was oriented, what I would say where they probably spend most of their time was kind of oriented to the west and the south. Mainly, I'd say probably due west, but and so it kind of went, their deck and then their kind of a lower yard and then their tennis court and then the ocean. These trees, for me, these trees were in the opposite direction. They were way to the north and the east, so you really had to kind of turn and look that way. So that to me, didn't really make sense to consider those as part of the main view. But the other thing I think that's probably frustrating is that they're trying to regain that small piece of the Queen's Necklace view, but really the problem is I forget the address, but the must be 1412. No, well, anyway, the De La Torre House. So the De La Torre House is what took their Queen's Necklace view away. So taking these 2 trees that are way over there, I don't think it's going to have. I don't think it's going to do anything. I really don't. I don't think it's worth taking them down. I think the people who on Via Coronel who were supportive, those trees are on, they're back here and their views are that way. So those trees have nothing to do with their views. So, for me, I don't see a need to remove the trees, I guess is where I'm landing. Not compelling. I appreciate everybody's comments and they're very compelling arguments, but in this case, I didn't get there.
Let me try this again. Is there anything we can do relative to trimming, in particular the Canary Island pine, to help? I'm staring at the view right now, to help that view?
I don't believe so with the Canary Island pine. Other than the normal maintenance trimming, we can schedule that for the season that's or that could be approved to have maintenance trimming at the season that's appropriate. And the applicant could be approved to do trimming, then through that permit process with the urban forester helping with the timing of it.
I mean, if you look at the one picture, the picture that's titled View from 1804 Via Coronel.
Page?
I don't know. It's,
You'd think it would be easy, sorry.
Sorry, there's not a page number. I mean, it kind of looks like it's
16.
been laced. 16? Do you see it? Kind of looks like it's been laced. And I don't know that we're talking about the city trimming this tree. I think we're talking about authorizing the applicant / appellant to pursue a trimming permit. Just
Yeah,
clear on
normally,
that.
I mean, we're almost at the time of year for that. For pine trees and for eucalyptus would be in the fall, usually after October, due to, I think, a specific type of beetle and sap concerns.
I'm neutral at this point, so I'll follow the council.
Is there a motion?
Well, I'm interested in where Councilmember Murdoch is at this point, because you've made your position quite clear. If Councilmember Murdoch is in the same spot, then we're...
Yeah, I don't think that the evidence that's been is compelling. It's a minor view impact for the applicant.
I did not visit 1417, which is the property next door. Was not invited to visit it. The view impact as presented in that image that accompanied her letter looks significant, but when I look at the property on Google, it's very hard to imagine that that house doesn't have a very substantial view in a different direction.
Well, yeah, I mean, all of these houses are oriented to the west, not to the north.
Yeah. There is no home below this house on Paseo La Cresta, and I would imagine probably has very significant view across the Santa Monica Bay.
If you're referring to the appellant's home, there is not yet.
No, I'm not. I'm referring
okay.
to the
1417?
neighbor at 1417.
The other vacant lot.
Okay.
Yeah, may I ask a question? Is that allowed?
I can't even see where, it's like, where's that coming from? Mr. D'Angelo. Can I already play? No, you know what?
How do you consider his views and now the 14 people want in the neighborhood?
Sorry, and we closed the public hearing, so thank you, but yeah. No, that's fine. That's the tricky part, is that the trees belong to the entire community. They belong to all 13,500 of us, and so you can't have 10 people say, okay, we want all of these gone, and then these 10 people say, okay, we want all of these. I mean, that's what makes it difficult. My opinion. Sorry, not speaking for everybody else.
It's only neighborhood people. It's only our neighbors, probably 14.
Madam Mayor, we did close the public hearing, and if you do want to take more testimony, they should come up to the podium so they can be recorded.
Okay, no, we closed the public hearing. Okay, we need a motion. Does somebody have one?
I move that we approve the Parkland Committee's recommendation for PC 567-22 without modification.
I'm going to second that. So let's have we'll do a voice vote. Councilmember Murdoch?
Aye.
Councilmember Kemps?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Aye.
And I'm aye, so that carries unanimously. And I know it's difficult. And we appreciate your patience. We appreciate you coming and speaking. And so, anyway. So let's move on to our next public hearing. Item number 13, first reading of ordinance number O22-756, amending section 18.20.010, La Venta Inn. So let's have, it's kind of same format. We're going to have a staff report, some clarifying questions. We'll open the public hearing and we'll hear public comment, and then we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for deliberation. And we're going to have the report from our city attorney, Trevor Russin.
To your left.
Oh, thank you. You ready? Okay, go ahead.
You ready? All right.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and our residents, we're here today to talk about the La Venta Inn, and this is not the first time that this has come before the council. On June 1st, a draft zone text amendment was brought forward. This had previously been considered by the Planning Commission dealing with the La Venta Inn, which is a commercial property that is authorized for restaurant and hotel use, and has also been used as a venue for events such as weddings and birthdays and other types of events for some time, and it has a special provision in the city's municipal code that authorizes its use. And because of the location in this, it's zoned residential, but it is specifically authorized as an exception to the other R1 zoning limitations. And this location in a neighborhood has a number of impacts that the council is looking to mitigate and to reduce negative impacts from the operation of the La Venta Inn. So if we want to go to the next slide. A number of changes have been put through into the ZTA, and we'll get to those on the next slide. But this is another option that's been sort of brought up by a number of people, is the option of, instead of putting a ZTA through, which has a by right use for the La Venta Inn with different conditions and restrictions about how it would operate, that instead you could authorize this and change it to a conditionally allowed use in the zone. And if you did that, then the applicant the operator would need to come forward and get a conditional use permit to authorize the operation of the La Venta Inn. And this sort of highlights some of the main differences between a zone text amendment and a conditional use permit. So the first is that if the city wants to make changes to the rules that govern how the property is operated, it has the ability to do so under the ZTA. So if in the future the city decides that the impacts from it are such, or wants to change the uses allowed on that property, you can come forward with a zone text amendment and make those changes. It would go through the regular process of going to the Planning Commission and then coming to the City Council for consideration. If there are substantial changes from the uses that are already in place on the property, there may need to be a period of time that those changes are phased in over. But otherwise, the city does have the discretion to do that. With the conditional use permit, sorry, can anyone hear me? With the conditional use permit, once that permit is issued, the owner acquires certain rights that run with the land. That conditional use permit can only be modified or revoked by the city through the CUP revocation or modification process. And that standard is usually pretty significant, requiring a number of a demonstration of significant violations of the conditions of the CUP or nuisance type impacts from the property, or other types of specific findings that are generally significant to have to make. And so you have to go through that process if the city wants to go remake them. The owner, on their hand, if it's a CUP, would be able to apply to amend the CUP and could put that forward to the Planning Commission and to the City Council. So if the ZTA is in place, the owner would have to go and petition the council to initiate that zone text amendment or go through that process. Both of them cannot be tied to a particular owner. These are These are uses that are allowed on a property and they run with the land. In the ZTA option, violations of the city's code are subject to administrative fines and criminal action, as are any violations of the city's code. And then either of these can include reporting and monitoring requirements and other special enforcement conditions that could be imposed that would affect the use of the property. But these are sort of the general sort of differences between the ZTA and a conditional use permit. If you want to go to the next slide. This slide highlights some of the key differences between the ordinance that you considered on June 1st and the current one. So the first is the same. The capacity here is for 200 guests, 30 employees, vendors, and other people that are not guests. That's the capacity that's allowed on the site. The second is parking. There's been a slight change here. So under the prior version, shuttle buses and oversized vehicles must park on site, and there was a requirement that guests be advised they have to park on site, but there wasn't an actual requirement that they do so. The new version requires all guests, employees, and vendors to park on site, but it does allow valet on-site parking, which would allow greater capacity in vehicles that can be parked closer together on site, but it does not allow off-site valet, so you couldn't have a valet stand and then run those vehicles off to another location. The next is noise. Both versions include the installation, the requirement to install noise monitoring equipment on site to demonstrate the measurements of what type of noise is being generated there. The prior ordinance had proposed to use a decibel level criteria for what type of noise is allowed, and the new version, this only allows noise as permitted by the city's noise ordinance. So any type of unreasonable noise that is coming generally from the site that is unusual, which will vary, of course, with time of day and day of the week. That's the standard that applies in the city, and that's what would come into place in this location. Enforcement, the prior version was just subject to the standard municipal code enforcement provisions. This new version includes an additional enforcement provision that if there are 3 violations of the noise ordinance or the conditions, the requirements of the ordinance within a 12-month period, the hours of operations would be reduced by 1 hour for outside and 1 hour overall. And if the operators then comply and do not receive any additional citations or violations occur within a 6-month period, then they would be able to, the hours would go back to what they previously were. So the purpose of that is that fines may not be a sufficient deterrent to some of the noise impacts, and by having this provision in there, it would naturally reduce the noise that's generated in the evenings if it's put in place. So the next one is outdoor dining. The prior version allowed outdoor dining. The new version allows outdoor food service, but not seated dining. And then finally, we have the hours of operation. Before it was 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. with best efforts required to end events by 10 and clean up by 11. And then the new version just makes that actually a requirement. The event needs to end by 10 o'clock, and then the cleanup has to be done by 11 p.m. The outdoor activities were previously prohibited after 8:30 p.m. The new version prohibits them after 8:30 p.m. Monday through Thursday, but on Friday through Sunday, the outdoor activities can continue until 9:30 at night. And then this version also added, there is not a restaurant site right now, but it does add the hours of when if a restaurant is added in the future, when it would be able to operate, so that's specified in the code. So those are the primary differences between the two versions. If you have any questions, I'm here and available.
Can I ask my colleagues to refresh my memory? But this seems different than what the instruction we gave. Okay. I do not have any recollection of the enforcement option that came in there. I don't remember us giving that direction on parking, and I don't remember us giving direction to prohibit outdoor dining.
we gave the direction on the parking. We talked about a need for enforcement, but we didn't give the direction on outdoor dining. We did not give it on
Right.
outdoor dining.
Yeah.
Any questions? Any clarifying questions? Anybody else before I open the public hearing?
Oh, wait.
Okay, hold on one second. I just want to see. I usually take pretty good notes. I thought we did talk about outdoor dining.
We
Not
did,
really.
but I don't think
That we
it was
did-
not our
we
instruction
didn't give
to,
direction?
it wasn't our instruction to deny it.
It was a point of disagreement among
Right.
council.
Okay, so we didn't give direction on that. Okay.
Well, I think we did give direction. I just think it was split 3-2.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay. All right, so if you guys okay if I open the public hearing and
Yeah,
take public comment?
absolutely.
Okay, so let's do that. So we have a lot of speakers, probably 20 or so. I know everyone's interested to hear what everybody else has to say. And if, just as we make our way through this, if your comments are repeating what other people are saying, maybe just reinforce that and scoot it along a little bit, because we do have probably over 20 people. So I'm actually going to start over here. And I'm going to start with Timmy Hallam. And I know Timmy has been helping with the drafting of the zone text amendment, and I know she represents La Venta, but why don't we start there?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. As noted, my name is Timmy Hallam, and I'm here as an attorney representing the owner and operator of La Venta. As you know, after all of the discussion we've had, La Venta was the first building constructed on the peninsula, and it's almost 100 years old. Its use as a hotel, restaurant, and events venue predated the incorporation of the city by 15 years and predated the adoption of the first zoning ordinance by almost 25 years. While the ordinance mistakenly dropped one of the 3 lots that constitutes La Venta from its language, the uses of the property have always extended across the entire property, and everyone has always treated La Venta as a unified property with one set of uses across the entire area. I know that was raised as an issue by one of the letters that you received. In fact, we believe that the existing zoning that was adopted in 1948 was meant to codify the then and current permitted use of La Venta. We think the reason the code section refers to the existing building was to make it clear that only the then existing building and not future buildings was permitted to continue the long-time pre-existing uses. We do not think there was any intention to circumscribe the use of the outdoor areas, and the city has always recognized that portions of each event would take place outdoors, in particular weddings, of course, which are performed on the lawn. Since 1948, the use of La Venta has been consistent with that which existed before 1948. The owner and operators of La Venta did not seek any changes in the current code. The impetus for the change came from the former development director of the city shortly after her appointment. We don't actually know why she began this process, but La Venta was and is agreeable to having reasonable, clear restrictions on its operations in order to reassure its neighbors that La Venta will be a good neighbor. However, the proposed ordinance has morphed into much more than that. It now imposes significant new restrictions on La Venta and its operation, and while some are consistent with historic operations and good management, some sections of the ordinance are either inconsistent with the continued viability of La Venta or not specific enough to avoid abuse by the few people who want to see La Venta completely shut down. Included in your package is my letter that indicated the areas of concern to us and our proposed revisions. But to summarize quickly for the public and for you, we need the continued outdoor use of table-seated dining on the veranda, patio, and courtyard areas of the property, which I think we discussed at length on June 1st. it is clearly the case now that people need to eat outside, and, sorry, you're telling me I'm
I
going
am
too
telling you.
long. Okay.
Thank you. Finish your thought, though.
Okay. Let me raise two questions that were raised by the city attorney's report, if I can.
You know, I'm so sorry you're...
That's not okay. When I was speaking, I was...
Okay, but I'm in charge. So, yep, that's, so, yeah, I'm sorry your time is up on that one. But there might be opportunity for discussion later, so I'm sorry. Yeah, I have to cut the time. All right. Jim Parker.
I request that the attorney for Keep Quiet be allowed to speak now for me, because she's been waiting for 2 hours on the clock.
Oh, which card is that?
Amy Mintier.
Sorry?
Amy Mintier with Chattanooga Carstens and Mintier.
Did you send me a card?
There should be one there.
Okay, hold on. That is fine. Let me just find it here. There we are. Okay.
Good evening, honorable council members. My name is Amy Mintier. I'm with Chatten Brown Carstens and Mintier, and here tonight on behalf of Keep Quiet PVE. We urge the city to reject the proposed zone text amendment and instead develop an ad hoc committee to address the impacts of the La Venta Inn on the surrounding quiet residential community, guided by independent expert analysis. The city should use the input of the ad hoc committee process to address uses at La Venta site through a conditional use permit instead of revising its zoning ordinance for a single entity. Tonight you'll hear from the surrounding community regarding the impacts that have occurred during recent events at La Venta, as well as their frustration with the lack of any enforcement of existing regulations. But my comments tonight will focus on the impropriety of the proposed process thus far. First, a zone text amendment is not allowed to provide specialized regulations and benefits for a single site. Government Code Section 65852 requires that the regulation of all land within a specific zone must be uniform. This means the zoning regulations must apply uniformly to each parcel of land which in the R1 zone, which includes the La Venta site. The proposed ZTA violates this requirement due to its conflict with the short-term rental ban applicable for all other R1 sites within the city. The ZTA also constitutes illegal spot zoning, which occurs when a site is subject to less restrictive zoning than surrounding properties to that site's benefit and the detriment of other properties. Additionally, the ZTA does not provide the city with greater flexibility or control of the site. This type of approval is legislative and thus subject to the referendum process. Moreover, if the proposed ZTA is approved for the La Venta Inn site, the city could then be subject to a takings claim if it attempts to revoke the ZTA or put in additional restrictions on the site in the future. In contrast, requiring a CUP for La Venta provides a well-established, clear, and transparent public process. The CUP process set forth in Municipal Code Section 1720 provides for public feedback and city control over the site's impacts. It provides for mandatory periodic review. And unlike the staff-level review proposed for the ZTA, the review of CUPs must be done publicly at Planning Commission hearings. The Municipal Code also sets out a clear process for the City Council to modify or revoke a CUP if conditions have not been complied with, if the use has ceased for a period of time, or if the use is a nuisance to the surrounding community. Finally, the proposed ZTA is not exempt from environmental review under CEQA. Class 1 does not apply because the ZTA significantly expands allowable use of the site, allowing uses outside of the building, eliminating noise regulations, and allowing unlimited public special events. The Court of Appeal has clarified that an agency's failure to enforce a policy in the past does not change the scope of CEQA review in the present. Illegal use is not a physical baseline condition because it could have been halted at any time with enforcement by the city.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off there as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's go Narcissa Vanderlip.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak, even though I'm not a PVE resident, but my family has been on the peninsula since 1913, and I'm my grandparents were involved with the vision and the development, my parents as well, and my siblings and I understand the value of the history of this place because we're all embarrassed by having the last name. But people always say, oh, Vanderlip, oh, we love this, or we love, all the different institutions and the history and culture and the vision for the peninsula, which originally was with mixed use. And if with my grandfather fell in love with it, thought he could make a new Italian Riviera. You go to an Italian Riviera and there are houses and cafes and restaurants. It's mixed use and people walk to places. I know now most of us don't want to walk to places, but you have an opportunity to save this place. And on behalf of my brothers and my sister, who I've talked with about this, they agree with me. We urge you to really try to work with the neighbors to make it work so you don't put restrictions on that are too hard for the operators and the owners to keep the place. I think some of this came up during COVID because it was so quiet that the neighbors said, ooh, let's keep it this quiet. Let's see if we can put more restrictions on it. But it is still the age of COVID. And if you shut down outdoor dining, I probably won't go. Even if I'm invited to something. Many people don't want to stand around at a cocktail party and just have food. A lot of older people need to sit down. And I also, have run a nonprofit for 20 years, and with my family's place and with my own nonprofit, I've been involved in numerous nonprofit events of all kinds, and we've had many weddings at our old place. And there is a way to work with neighbors and to be respectful, and I think you can do it, and I urge you to do that. My brother, who's worked a lot with our Rancho Palos Verdes, pointed out that if you do make it too restrictive and the owners have to sell the property and the operator can't work there, the city is going to lose commercial revenue. So you're going to have, that's quite a big loss. The people who want to have a wedding or a christening or anything there are going to lose that venue, and you're going to have to go to the beach towns or Terranea. But I want you to know that Terranea has new management, and it's going to be, it's $800 a night now. It's going to be $2,000 a night. They want to make it the high-end destination, whereas you have La Venta with its charm, its authenticity. I'm out of time. Shoot. Okay. Well,
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you for listening to me. And I know if the neighbors, it's hard, but look at the Fred Wiseman Museum and the Rancho Los Alamitos. You can work together.
Thank you.
Good luck, everybody.
Let's see. Well, so Mr. Parker, did you want to go now?
I prefer to wait 4 or 5 so we can condense it and maybe save some time if you don't mind.
Okay. Joe DeSanto.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity. I've lived in my home for 33 years on Via Samonte through 3 operators at La Venta. I'd say for the first 5 years, virtually no problems to speak of. For the second 28 of those years, it's been quite difficult for myself and other neighbors. And so, that said, I'd like to make a few points here. I am opposed to the adoption of the zoning ordinance, a ZTA. If an ad hoc committee can be put together, I would prefer to look at a CUP. And one of the reasons is the city's own application for a CUP does require that the council or the planning commission must make the following findings, and 2 of them are the use will not create unusual noise, traffic, or other conditions that may be objectionable, and that the integrity and character of the city, neighborhood, and site, the utility and value of surrounding properties, and the public health, safety, and welfare will not be adversely affected by the use. So those would seem to be important starting points. And My other concern here is that the city is the applicant, and I'm not really clear on why that is. I don't think it's been explained very well. If this is for the owner and the operators, why are they not the applicants? And I think there's an important concern there, and that is that code, section 1710-100, states each applicant for an entitlement governed by the provisions of this chapter shall be responsible and shall pay or reimburse the city for all costs incurred by the city in preparing any and all environmental documents, related studies required pursuant to this chapter, CEQA, or the guidelines. So what it means is taxpayers are on the hook because the city is the applicant, as I read that. So I think that should be addressed and corrected. And I think the other problem I had is the 200 people is a rather large event for that space. It's about 2,200 square feet. The interior space used for events is about 2,200 square feet. So you automatically have people spilling outside, and that's where most of the noise comes from. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nathan Lee?
Good evening, Council. Nice to see everybody in person for a change.
For sure.
Good evening, Honorable Council members and Madam Mayor. I am here tonight to voice my support for the continued operation of the La Venta Inn for events without detrimental restrictions, while also protecting the interests of those residents impacted by its operation. We must find a way that will allow for this community asset to continue to be used and run in the way that it was intended. Since 1923, this landmark was a gathering spot, introducing people from all over the world to Palos Verdes Estates, and this site continued to be a venue for many generations to celebrate important events in their lives. This historical significance cannot be overstated, and while I realize that some residents would prefer that no events take place at La Venta, the precedent would seem to have already been set going back to the city's founding. With regards to Ms. Mentier's letters to the city, these would seem to create a hostile and intolerant position that I believe would ultimately result in the La Venta Inn being shut down forever, with no reasonable way for an operator to generate revenue and therefore forcing the landmark to be lost. This is completely unacceptable, and for those of us that have an appreciation for the city's founders and the historic significance of La Venta, these statements seem to be an all-out attack on the initial vision and master plan for our community. Statements about the site not being operated as a wedding and special event venue for a period longer than 6 months during 2020 and 21, and the business license being delinquent, not in effect, is preposterous when we all know the reason was due to the pandemic and its effects. So while a conditional use permit may be a possible solution to the continued operation of La Venta, the nature of Ms. Mentier's letter to the city presents a do it this way or else message, which does not convey much faith that acceptance of the CUP solution would be viable either. I would agree that a compromise would be the best way forward, but that requires all parties to act in good faith to find a solution that is tenable for all involved while protecting the historical significance of the site and also respecting the neighbors' rights. I think the council is looking for a solution that will accomplish this. I'm hopeful the city can find a way forward that will allow for La Venta and its operator to continue to deliver this asset in a professional and classy way that our city can be proud of and that will be appreciated by all of the city's residents, even those that are close by. Thank you.
Thank you. Douglas Bigley. And we'll follow that with Mark Zimet.
Somebody's a lot taller than me here. Just gonna move that down a little bit. My name is Douglas Bigley. I live at 805 Via Conejo. I'm basically in La Venta's backyard. And I probably can't share much that you have not already heard, but I will just say this. I have a neighbor who's building a house on the corner, and he's going to take away some of my city view. And I was going to run down there to a meeting that they had there about that city view, and my son reminded me that I was grateful to have this great ocean view. And he said if I would just let him build and take away some of my view, that in fact he could be grateful too, because he would now share that same great view that I have. So I've lived on the street for 16 years, and I know that I'd have no plans currently to use La Venta, and I never have. But I know that a lot of people who do are grateful when they are. So I'm only here to speak on behalf of La Venta tonight, because I want people to know that there are people along that street that believe that we should let others be grateful to be able to take advantage of what the beautiful things that this city offers. And so to restrict La Venta for the wrong reasons, I think is not a great idea. I don't know all of the technical things that you guys have to deal with, and I have to say you have a really tough situation going there. But I do believe that La Venta's history and its ability to offer something so unique to so many people really speaks volumes about why that facility is so necessary for us to maintain it in a realistic way. I commend the people who want to keep the neighborhood quiet that have provided certain guardrails, but I don't want to go to the extreme to where I think we've gotten to the point where the pendulum has now swung, and we're starting to get to the point where we don't offer outside dining and things like that. I think we're getting to the point where we're starting to choke them off a little bit, and I just wanted you to know that that's not, I think, a good for the city, and it's certainly not good for me, and I'd be happy to deal with the consequences of having La Venta there with the issues that I have to deal with if there's some sound or parking. That's okay, just as long as I know that other people on that hill are having a really good time in the evening. So thank you for letting me speak tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Mark Zimet?
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name is Mark Zimet. A handful of people, most recently organizing themselves as yet another nonprofit, Keep Quiet PV, complain of noise emanating from La Venta. I have become familiar with these people, as my wife tells me I spend way too much time on Nextdoor arguing with them. They seem to complain about everything that involves the betterment of our city, including arguing in favor of no streetlights and no stoplights and no cliff boundaries to potentially reduce accidents and no roundabouts and no business development. And now they want to get rid of our historic, beautiful, oldest business, La Venta. Next year, La Venta will have been here in Palos Verdes Estates for 100 years. It's older and has been in our city longer than anyone here. Well, almost everyone. Like this council recently considered the appellant wishing to have 3 pine trees removed so as to improve his view and those of his neighbors. This council appreciated that the trees belong to all of us. So you have a duty to protect them. The trees have been here for less time than La Venta. La Venta, too, is for all of us. Please don't kowtow to these handful of noisy, constant complainers. Keep this treasure here. That can only happen by allowing it to continue to earn revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a card. Steve Goldsmith may not be able to something. Are you here, Mr. Goldsmith? No. Okay. Put that one over there. John Williams.
Mayor, council, city staff, thank you for your service. You have a difficult job to do, and I hope you do it well. My name is John Williams. I live on Cataluna Place in Monte Malaga. I've lived in the same house for 40 years. And I want to, I submitted a rather lengthy treatise, which I hope some of you had a chance to read. And to those who did read it, thank you very much. But I want to focus on one single point in that presentation, which is noise is the central issue here, in my opinion. And a very closely related issue is enforcement. Because as I note in my submittal, there has been uneven enforcement or even non-enforcement of the city code relating to noise, relating to La Venta. And that's independent of whether it's a restaurant, a hotel, or whatever. The noise ordinance applies to everyone. And if you have a neighbor with a loud party, it doesn't matter how long they've been there. You phone the police and you look for some relief. And anecdotally, I haven't done this myself, the neighbors around La Venta have phoned the police on multiple occasions, and they've been told, as I understand it, that the police had no jurisdiction, or perhaps there was no code violation involved, and accordingly, there was nothing they could do. Now, we have a lot of regulations in this city, and many of them are inconvenient. For instance, trees and views. But the question is, for you, there are probably 5 to 10 code provisions that might be relevant to La Venta and its noise generation. Why, over the course of many, many years, have there been no warnings, no citations, no actual enforcement? Now, that's the question that you need to take up. It has nothing to do with the ownership or management of La Venta. This is purely an issue of city governance. And so I would suggest that you take a close look at it before you pass any more ordinances that might or might not encounter the same result. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Karen Logan. We'll do Rick Boner after that.
Madam Mayor and City Council, I'm here to speak in support of La Venta Inn and Made by Meg. I believe that this business is being treated in a more restrictive manner than any other businesses, concessions, or venues in our city, and that this ordinance is excessive and inhibits the ability for this business to be successful. It's already been mentioned about its historic standing, and it's hard to believe that things have changed that significantly over the years. There are too few voices that are making prohibitive requests at the expense of our city, the business, and the total resident population. And just doing a little Google search, it appears that there's probably 112 homes within a 600-foot radius of La Venta. It is my understanding that there's been less than 20 people who signed the petition. That means that there are 90 homes that have kept silent during the last few months where this has been an issue. That should show that the greatest weight is on the status quo of the way the La Venta Inn is being run. But local residents can't be the only voices, as has been stated before. This is a resource to our city which benefits all of us through tax revenues and through the service provided by the outreach of this business that has been provided to local community organizations. It's frustrating as a resident to have a few voices who knew about this venue before they moved in now feel emboldened to intimidate La Venta, Made by Meg, and the City Council. Other residents move in near baseball fields, soccer fields, schools, churches, and city concessions, which have noises and parking issues. This is part of the buying decision that the purchaser needs to be making a decision about. It seems inappropriate for these few residents to get so much power. I support this business that Meg and her team are running. She is a PVE resident and has been conscientious business owner and neighbor from the start of the business. Made by Meg has shown themselves to be a good business residents in a number of ways without a formal ordinance. They are a taxpayer where the former business was not. They have listened to resident concerns about noise and parking and have implemented measures that have been costly to them. It seems unfair to the residents of the city and to the business owners to change the agreement so significantly through this ordinance. I'm not in favor of providing restrictions on La Venta that will further hinder their business objectives and make it untenable to operate in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm actually going to go with no applause, if you don't mind. Thank you for your enthusiasm, but let's not clap. And Rick Boner.
My name is Rick Bonner, Madam Mayor, and City Council members and City staff. Thanks for the opportunity to talk. I live at 793 Via Samonte. I've been there for 22 years. I can see La Venta from the back of my deck. It's we have this curved street that is La Venta, and although I'm about a quarter of a mile away, I can hear the music and hear the crowds over the courses of various events. Now, I will say that I was married at La Venta. My wife and I were very fond of it. We walk our dog up there. I trim my neighbor's trees so that I can see the veranda and the building itself. So I'm in favor of the building and the business continuing its operations, but I do think there needs to be bumpers. When we were married, we had about 75 to 80 guests, and it was crowded. At 2,000, I think Joe said 2,200. Remember, there's a bachelorette and a bachelor cottage. They're not part of the real event. There's also a kitchen, which is not part of it. So I don't know what the real venue space is, but if it's 2,200, I think that's an exaggeration. At any rate, to put 200 people in that event, they can't do it. It would have to be outside. And when you move those people outside, then the noise begins to really become a problem. So all of our dining was inside. There's also dancing inside and that kind of thing. But if you let that move outside, that's where we hear the noise and the things going in. So I'm an advocate of restricting the number of people at the event. I think you also need to look at the time and how many events there are and how late they stay. But I also am concerned about parking. I've seen one comment to advocate parking of staff anywhere within the city limits of available parking. Well, La Venta Via Samonte is a very crowded street, and if staff were instructed to park on our street and walk over the little fence chain there, I don't know how we'd get by. I mean, as it is now, we have to move over, as there are many streets, I'm sure, in the city that are crowded, but it's a very congested area. So I just ask that the city consider appropriate restrictions that do respect the tranquility of the neighborhood. Also, understanding that this is a cherished venue that has a history and has a fond place in a lot of people's history and hearts. I hate to see it go to some large development of some kind, but at the same time, I think that there are appropriate restrictions that will still allow the operator to make a profit. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Joel Damiani and then Mark Matthews.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff. Thank you so much for allowing me to talk. I don't want to repeat a lot what was said, but I completely agree with some of the comments that were made in terms of restraining and restricting La Venta from operating on a go-forward basis. My biggest concern really is the amount of people that La Venta is asking to have in their functions. And I think that 200 is just too large of an event. And reason why is in order to accommodate that many people, again, you have to allow for those individuals to spill out to the outside. And that causes a tremendous amount of noise to the direct neighbor in the neighborhood surrounding La Venta. I live 4 houses away from La Venta, and every event, whenever there are people outside, it is extremely loud, it's extremely noisy. I'm hearing shouting, cheering, chanting, every sort of noise conceivable, and it's really disruptive to my way of life and to the people that live around La Venta. So that's really my biggest concern. Second concern, obviously, is parking, and I think that having people park up and down Via Del Monte is very, very challenging, both from the neighborhood as well as people going up and down the street, because it's a winding road with lots of cars parked on both sides. It's hard to see up and down the street. It's hard to go up and down the street effectively, and it could potentially create some problems on a go-forward basis. You could have some accidents as a result of all the cars that are parked along the side. And so those are my two main issues. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you. Mark Matthews.
Council and staff, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I got a letter from Rob Eskridge. He was one of the guys who, like me, worked at La Venta when he was a kid. His parents ran La Venta for 25 years, a quarter of a century after my grandmother leased it to them. And he wrote, "The functional capacity of La Venta is 225. Please change the ordinance to allow 225 in addition to the staff and vendors. I have personally set up and taken down every table, chair at La Venta, served hors d'oeuvres, meals, directed parking, washed every pot, pan, dish, and piece of silverware required for that operation, and I have worked even larger parties. I can tell you with certainty that the functional capacity of the facility is 225 guests." He also writes that without outdoor dining on the veranda, there is not enough room for the larger summer weddings, which balance the dark months financially. In the 26 years that I worked there, this is Rob speaking, we didn't ever cover overhead, much less turn a profit in November, January, February, or March. They were always losses. And that is the case with New York Food. When they took over from the Eskridges, the reason New York Food went bankrupt was that they had not enough business in November, December, January, February, March. The beginning of their busy season is when COVID shut them down. And they had taken all those deposits from all those brides and paid the rent with it in February and January and December and November and October. And they couldn't refund the money. It was a terrible business practice. But, you know, to think that there's going to be weddings in the winter months, there have never been. Not when the Eskridges ran it, not when New York Food ran it, not when my grandmother ran it. It's just not the business model. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was changing the decibel levels that we had set up with the sound monitoring equipment. We're trying to find some reasonable level of sound that will work for the neighbors and that will work for La Venta. And I trust that the council could set those reasonable levels, but that got changed in the new ZTA to follow the zoning noise restrictions. And the noise restrictions for commercial operations say that there will be no noise after 5:30 at night. None. Zero. You won't be able to hear anything from any property on another property. How is that reasonable for La Venta? How do you have a party with people leaving? I don't hear any noise, no noise, or it's a violation. And 2 or 3 violations and you're out. So let's set up the sound monitoring equipment. I agree with many of the speakers here that sound is the issue. Let's take care of the sound. Let's take a reasonable look at what those levels ought to be. I trust your judgment on that, but...
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Derek Lazaro.
Hello, Mayor Lozzi and honorable council members. I've, as chair and vice chair of the Planning Commission, I've reluctantly had to think a lot about this topic. And I think the concern that I continue to have, and what has compelled me to come forward tonight and talk briefly, is the factual record. And as I understand it, the process to adopt a ZTA requires the Planning Commission and the City Council to make a finding that there is a CEQA exemption, that basically it's not creating a substantial change to the use of the property. And once we've made that finding, then we can proceed and make the zoning text amendment that presumably, works within those confines. And I think the challenge that I suffered in the role that I had on the Planning Commission, and that I think we're still hearing tonight, is it's not entirely clear what the historical use of this property actually has been. Is it weddings of 100 or 200 or 250? We're hearing testimony that is directly contradictory from different parties. The one thing that I think was quite clear is that it ended at 10 p.m. I mean, I think we've heard that one fact pretty consistently. But all of these other facts, which are critical to being able to make the findings for the zoning text amendment actually hew to the CEQA exemption, how many people, indoor dining, outdoor dining, a number of the other impacts that were the law was silent on previously, right? There was no actual text within the ordinances that actually spoke to that. The factual record is not clear. I'll just make one other comment, which is I emailed a number of the homeowners that live closest to La Venta, and I also emailed the owners of La Venta, and I asked them to try to clarify some of these points. And I never really received clear answers from either side. And truthfully, I think both sides are being a bit cagey, and they're citing relatively extreme examples. Oh, there's only 50 people at the wedding. No, there's 200, 400, whatever, right? So I think, what I'd urge the council to do is to really try to develop the factual record. And I think that will get you to where you need to be.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your comments. Desiree Myers.
Thank you. The La Venta issue began when the city met with La Venta to expand their operations without including neighbors. Trust was sacrificed when the residents were made aware. The city drafted a new ordinance affecting their rights, while the residents were not afforded a seat at the table. La Venta is part of our cherished history and needs a workable solution to stay in business, while balancing the expanded rights with the quality of life for their neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia Butler.
Good evening. Virginia Butler. I've been a 40-year resident in Lanada Bay and a 40-year business person in Malaga Cove. And I deeply love this city. And I've been trying to shorten my notes because I may be repeating things, so I'll try to be brief. But I think La Venta, we are fortunate to have La Venta. And I think we're fortunate that we have someone who is spending the time and energy and money to make it a successful place so that we can keep it as an event place. I've been to weddings, funerals, nonprofit events, and the other thing is we now have like 17 or 20 people after 90 some years of it working for everyone that had 3 years of quiet, and now suddenly, La Venta's all wrong and hurting, parking people, all of that stuff. And it's very frustrating. And I agree with Karen Logan, several people have been more eloquent than I'm being. But the reality is that the council, I just beg you to not balance this as 20 people and La Venta. La Venta is critical that it's successful. If it isn't, then we're not going to have La Venta. So that affects every resident in this city. La Venta is important to many of us who don't live next to it. So I appreciate the residents being upset after having 3 years of quiet, but I just beg you to have reasonable restrictions that I think the current lessee has already bent over backwards, and I just beg you to be reasonable so we keep this business viable. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Parker.
Good evening. Please tell us what other business in the city you support acting like the SBA. There's none other that we can find. You seem to be going out of your way and standing on your head to guarantee La Venta a profit. That's just not right. La Venta Camp outright attempts to dictate that it can not stay in operation unless it has 200 guests per meg. La Venta is not the Vatican. It's not the Sistine Chapel. Just because some people have had weddings there does just not justify breaking the noise ordinance, which is a very good law. Back in 1948, when it was written, those people were intelligent. They knew that the homes surrounding La Venta, which has no buffer zone whatsoever, would want, expect, and pay for peace and quiet. We don't want La Venta to go out of business. Let them do their operations inside the building only. Their lawyer always fails to put those words in any paperwork. Their website leaves it out also. Inside the building only. Do whatever you like inside the building only. Hopefully, you have watched the videos, the 20 of Meg's operation on keepquietpve.org. It's outrageous that could happen. They should act like they're on probation and do the opposite. Instead, they tell neighbors, go ahead and call the police, and they just keep doing it, the same thing, and think that it's okay to appear on a Zoom meeting and apologize. So the actions speak so much louder than the words. You've heard from Diane Williams in the Planning Commission when Derek asked her what the numbers were, and she said outright that there were a couple times, just a few times, they had 200 and it just did not work out. So you speak about a compromise. Well, you're not buying a used car. You have to respect the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Phil Kassouf, and then Julie Kassouf.
Hello, Council. I'm Phil. Pleasure to meet you and see you all again. I shortened my speech, and it came down to bumpers. We love La Venta. We want to see it thrive. We can't imagine it thriving at the expense of residents. There's bound to be a way to make it work. I'd love to sit down and talk to them and work with them, and I'm sure we can hash something out and present it to you for you to vote on an agreed solution, as opposed to something where we force you to pick between a business and the residents. That's not fair. That's not fair to you. So, frankly, I'd like the opportunity to talk to them. We vehemently oppose the ZTA text as it stands. It's too confusing. It's too complicated. There are too many clauses, and it's hard to enforce. So, frankly, there's got to be a way to make a neighborhood-compatible way to coexist. We'd love to see it thrive. We really would. Bumpers. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Julie, great.
Hi, I'm Julie Kassouf. I live on Via del Monte, so a few doors down from La Venta, and I definitely don't envy your position up there because I know you're getting a lot of information from a lot of different parties. I'm awful at public speaking, so I just have to put that out.
Doing great.
So I don't really, when I get into details, I don't really know about ZTA versus CUP or like the specific decibel levels because I just don't really understand it and it's all over my head. But just sort of big picture, I promise, like, the neighbors aren't crazy. I don't want to be unreasonable. I think La Venta is gorgeous. I want it to survive, but I also want to make sure that as a resident, I'm protected from, excessive noise and traffic. And I don't know exactly what the solution is, but I think it might be a good idea to keep studying it, or I from my understanding, and again, there's a lot of confusion out there, I think that they're asking for expanded operations, but I know that may not be true. But from my understanding, I don't want to make it any louder or more busy than it already, than it is currently allowed to be. So I'm just gonna stop speaking because I'm getting nervous. But appreciate your help. Thanks.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you. Michael McNamara.
Hello, thank you. Thank you to the council and staff. Actually, I've written before. You have all my comments, so I don't need to repeat those. And I really want to keep La Venta Inn operating. So this isn't an attempt to close down. I think that's actually kind of a false scare going on in the community. But there is a reality here. When you look at the history of how the property has been managed over the years, and then what's being recommended here, and I think there needs to be some constraint in terms of how many people, how long those events can be, and how many events can happen in a given year. Nowhere in this history has it by permit operated with 230 people on the site, somewhere between 11 and 16 hours a day, every day of the year. And if you accept this as written, that's what you are approving. Now, they say they're not going to do it. I believe it. I don't think it's going to be used that way. So I would try to constrain this to approximate what the real use will be and build around it some guardrails so that there is some protection for the community. And when you start throwing in words like fairs and festivals and other events, it's no longer, a charming, a romantic wedding site. It's turning into more of a convention site. And I think that's what we have to watch for the community. So I would just put that out there as something that consider it. And a point I pick up on, and I'd like to commend the staff. This staff document and the history is actually the most concise, most accurate kind of compilation since the beginning of this, so I think staff has done a really great job on that. I think their alternate recommendation of some ad hoc group to actually hammer out some of the details, I think that's absolutely a perfect example of what we need to be doing to resolve some of the issues here. So that's it. I'm not going to repeat some of the other stuff, but good luck. It's going to be a challenge here. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg Walker. And then after that, Nina Newman.
Good evening, City Council members, city staff, and fellow Palos Verdes residents. My name is Megan Walker, and I am the operator and leaseholder of La Venta Inn. Cut down a lot of my comments. I know we're on a clock here. I really quickly want to clarify an important point. We are not expanding use, just to make sure that's clear. After close to 11 months of hearings in the Planning Commission and now a second City Council meeting tonight, we are more than ready to put this issue behind us so we can peacefully operate. The entire team at La Venta is and has been committed to truly honing in on the best practices for neighborhood peace. We advocate constantly in every document, every conversation with clients that we are in a residential setting, and this is not a venue for rowdy events. We've made numerous compromises for our business in the name of neighbor relations, and we have the following changes to the ZTA as it is written currently to make business at La Venta viably. Number one, we need to allow our guests to dine outdoors and be able to sit down. La Venta uses outdoor tables for COVID-sensitive guests who want to be with their loved ones to celebrate life's occasions. And taking away outdoor dining will shutter the property. I'm asking if you can set forth a noise standard we can review and evaluate. The current version does not cite a threshold, and this is something we can set a review meeting so everyone has data that they know they can live with. Number three, I'd love to come to a compromise on street parking for La Venta vendors, staff, and possibly guests. It would be impossible for us to patrol the streets asking each car their destination without adding exorbitant labor costs. We do need that parking on site for our guests. And we'd love to allow continued parking by employees and vendors in the legally permitted public parking areas adjacent to the property. And this doesn't impact other properties. These are no houses on that side of the street. I'd love to revise the citation section to make it crystal clear what constitutes a violation. A few people have decided to spend their time harassing me in all facets of my business. The records provided by the police through a public record request show 11 unfounded complaints about noise, and only 3 were deemed by the police department to be valid over a 15-month period. And it shows how easy it is for people to abuse the system. I don't want the ordinance to become a vehicle for harassment. I've had it. And my request is that the council does not restrict the business operations and therefore allow us, to continue to be able to cover our costs. I love La Venta, and I'm thrilled over the past year to have discovered that over 40% of our clients are residents of Palos Verdes Estates or people who grew up here. They're coming back because their parents got married at La Venta and they want to. They're coming back because it's in their trust that they want to have their memorial there. We are here serving the community. We're not serving an outside guests with the majority of our business. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Nina Newman.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me the time. Thank you for all that you do. And I apologize. I am going to read so that I don't get off topic. Some of you have received messages from me already, so some of this might be repeat, but please bear with me. We are on Via Domani and directly under the La Venta Inn. I would like to speak about this incredibly special place and what a joy it is to hear the celebrations in the evening. This is over decades. It truly brings life to an otherwise deathly quiet place. Not once has it ever been any kind of nuisance to have this venue located so close, and we have always enjoyed knowing that someone was celebrating something big in their life. I honestly don't understand why there are other residents that have become so sensitive to the existence of the La Venta Inn all of a sudden. It makes me wonder who started the effort to limit them. It sounds to me that the people of La Venta Inn are very dedicated to doing whatever it takes to appease the community and the city of PVE while also trying to run a successful business, as you just heard. They are interacting in a positive and symbiotic way to ensure that all parties involved come out of this situation with a win-win. We should certainly be doing the same. The group of grumpy residents are more focused on being oppositional rather than logical or reasonable. That's just incredibly unfortunate, unproductive, short-sighted, and ultimately uncooperative. Most residents, the silent majority, support the operations. And one last note, please don't forget about the religions and cultures that have celebrations that must take place after the sun sets. So that's something to consider while you're looking at the bumpers, as people have called them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Did Steve Goldsmith come back? No. Okay. Robert Grazier.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing me to speak briefly in support of La Venta Inn. 27 years ago, my wife and I were married at La Venta, and it's what drew us to the community. We lived here for 23 years, raised our daughter. It's a treasure and a wonderful resource that we're blessed to have. But it is by nature, it's a commercial establishment that needs revenue to exist and to thrive. And any parameters placed on that, on caps on hours of operation, caps on guests, on parking, prohibiting outdoor dining, they all impair that. And it's a competitive industry as well. That unfortunately the reality is that people are looking for a wedding venue. They're shopping La Venta against other venues. So I would just in closing, I hope that the council finds in wisdom and discernment a route so that we can continue and enjoy this resource in the community and for the people that draw us into our wonderful community. Thank you.
Thank you. Duncan Blount, and then Dana Graham.
Good evening, council members. My name is Duncan Blunt. I'm the venue manager at La Venta Inn. I wanted to share a number from our business, a very important number, and I'd like for all of us to remember the number. It's 42%. 42% of our clients live in PVE or grew up in PVE. 42% of our business. We serve neighbors. In fact, 3 events in the last 6 months have been from folks who live within 1,000 feet. They were clients. One of them was a 200-person celebration of life for a family member that had passed away. We serve our neighbors. I wanted to address some questions. The Planning Commission, I think, did a really wonderful job. They did so much research, and those Zoom meetings were epic. I was truly impressed, and Derek did a great job leading those discussions. And to answer one of Derek's questions, yes, it's a huge range, those numbers of guest count. The average California wedding is 106 guests as of 2021. Ours do range, and in the industry, the more you can range, the more market share you can have. 225, yes, that's possible. We would rarely recommend that. I think 200 is a better cap for us. But 225 is very doable using the outside veranda, using these dining spaces. And I walked with the fire marshal twice at our property, and that guest count using the outdoor event metric was over 300 guests because it utilizes the entire property. Of course, we're not going to do that, but I wanted to mention that the fire marshal has had that discussion, and events don't just consider the indoors. It's a natural French door property, right? You're going in and out. I wanted to mention that do I have enough time?
1 minute.
The police enforcement, I think, has been great. The police will come down after a complaint. Oftentimes, they'll walk around the property and they'll assess, is this a reasonable amount of sound? We have hired 2 extra staff at every event to open and close doors whenever that music gets loud. And we do that when the police walk around. They see those staff people. They're opening and closing doors to make sure the sound stays in the ballroom. And they say, this is reasonable. Almost every single time, this is reasonable. And they walk away, thank you so much for what you're doing. And we're trying so hard. The ZTA is adding limitations on us. It is not expanding. I understand the idea of the concern, but it's adding limitations. We are in favor of the ZTA if we can make the changes that Meg just listed. There's about four changes, and we're ready. We're ready to move forward. We support it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Epic. I like it. Like it. And Dana Graham. And if anybody else, Dana is my last speaker, so if anybody else wanted to speak, send up there comes one more. Great. Go ahead, Mr. Graham.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I have lived in Palos Verdes Estates for roughly half my 74 years, and I am the president of the Palos Verdes Historical Society. The first plaque we ever installed was on La Venta Inn in 1976. After the protracted hearings by the Planning Commission, I guess a lot of us thought the issue was kind of settled, and I mean, because they just exhaustively went on. It's dragging out now to the point where it's got to be hurting La Venta's business, and in fact, I think there'll be residual damage to their business just because people will be unsure, and it'll take a while to get that, unsure that they'll be able to book anything for the future, and that La Venta might somehow be shut down. I know you're trying to mollify the neighbors. Please keep in mind what is required to run a place like La Venta, and that's all been mentioned here before, so I won't go over it again. But outdoor dining, I think, is the prohibition of that is probably a deal killer for them, especially in a time of COVID. What happens if there's a crackdown now and you can't have any indoor dining? Then we got a problem. If they can't have it outdoors. And parking on Del Monte has always been allowed at La Venta, and I don't see why it can't be. As somebody said, there's no houses on the La Venta side of the street, and in fact, on the other side of the street, farther down, I don't see why parking can't be allowed on La Venta. The sound levels, I was in the sound business prior to my current business, and the 55 decibels and the 60 decibels that are cited as the limits are really low. And I mean, I just know that from my personal experience. I think we're probably digging ourselves a hole there if that's going to be the limit. And I'll just conclude by saying that the same thing everybody else has said. La Venta predates all of the neighbors. The activities that are going on there now have gone on since at least the 60s. I remember when it was, my parents knew the Schnitzlers, and I remember when it was a private residence, but since at least the 60s, the kind of activities that are going on now have gone on. And I think that the neighbors, as somebody else said, got used to the shutdown during COVID. Got used to that, kind of like to see that continue. But that practically killed the Matthews family financially. They can't maintain that place without income off of it. So please find a reasonable compromise. And again, I don't envy you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I think I have a couple more here. Okay, let's see. Ms. Hampson.
Thank you very much, and I compliment your wherewithal and everyone else here. This subject has been going on for quite some time. But what I've been hearing tonight, and I've been listening intensely, are several things, and there's been a lot of misinformation again. For instance, well, let's just go back to what I continue hearing is that the current status for La Venta isn't working for Mega's Catering. What I continue hearing basically is that it's a business model that doesn't work. I'm not going to presume to give them advice. We're running our own business. It's challenging. We do pay for a business license, and I think that was a good idea. Furthermore, we're hearing different points of view. Miss Logan I can appreciate as a resident, but she didn't identify herself as Mr. McGowan's PVE Foundation PR person. I think that's relevant when you speak here. We're thinking that you're a resident. Furthermore,
Actually, Ms. Logan is a resident, and try to keep on task with this.
well, no, I am keeping on task to say I think it's not an identified conflict of interest. Thank you. I won't comment further. I was supporting the personal. Furthermore, when there are more stringent requirements on the neighborhood church for sound comparative to La Venta, I think that it's got to present to you an imbalance. Yes, actually, it is true. Furthermore, it's not acceptable for the city to take on indemnity for a commercial business. I don't want that responsibility. I pay taxes for 2 lots. We're doing our best to stay here. I do not want to be having the expense of indemnifying a commercial business. There are many other points that have come up, but I do think that it needs to be clear that residents' interest goes beyond the giveaways. We really need you to protect the peace and quiet that you enjoy. Your homes.
Thank you so much for your comments. Okay, down to my last one, Georgianne Keller.
Thank you, Mayor Losi and council members. Mostly, I just want to throw my support behind La Venta. I've been to events there. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. Walking out those French doors, enjoying the view, having a drink. If you're lucky enough to catch sunset from that yard, it's fabulous. Now, I live a little farther down the hill, but I enjoy the music. I like to have a party in the neighborhood. It ends early. I'm not that old that I'm asleep at 8 o'clock at night. And the Keep Quiet PVE, I'm totally behind the whole thing. Let's stop the motorcycle troops that go through here on the weekends. That's the quiet I would like to see, brought to bear. I don't see a wonderful party as being a problem. And if you take a business, which for many years has thrived there, it's part of our heritage in this town, which is important to us as residents. But if you take a business and try to put restrictions on how many events they have, that's just not the way you run a business. I've been an accountant for too many years to talk about, and you have to allow the business to develop in the best way possible to make it work. And if it's not working, it'll come to bear soon enough. They won't be able to continue. So to say that they can't have an event, they can't have outside dining, they have to have outside dining. That's one of the best things about that yard. And I'm guilty. During COVID, there were days when I I walk the hills a lot. There were days when I hopped the fence and I walked their backyard because it's so beautiful back there. I just took a little break. I stole a couple of roses and went on home.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I did. But it's just such a wonderful place for us to have in our backyard, and it's a way for us to share what we have with anyone who's lucky enough to be invited to an event there. And so I just want to say that there's an awful lot of people that aren't able to be here tonight to show their support, but I've talked to lots of neighbors and lots of people that live close by that we've had our martinis out on their back balconies, watching the sun go down, listening to the music on a Saturday night. And I think it's really great. So I'd give them an extra hour on the weekends. I'm totally behind, having a good party and enjoying the venue. So, welcome to the neighborhood, and I hope this works out.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Keller. Okay. City Clerk, do you have anything else?
I sent in a card.
Oh, tell me your name.
Sherry Cantor.
What's everyone looking at me for? I don't have it. No, I'm sorry. Please come, and I don't have it. Maybe it. I shouldn't say that to. Hold on.
I'm not hiding it.
Like, pick up all your pieces of paper. I don't have it, but that's okay. Go ahead, and we'll have you fill one out after.
Okay. Someone just gave me one.
I apologize for that. So
Okay.
sorry.
Hi, everyone. I came to say something a whole lot different than what I'm going to say, so I'm going to be going back and forth, just kind of answering what other people said. Oh, I'll take this out.
Oh, better. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. First of all, we're talking about outdoor eating. I'm one of the closest neighbors, and it's very disruptive to have outdoor eating. And I do know that when New York Food was there, they were very good about if I'd ever called them to say that it was too loud, they would make sure everybody went inside and they closed the doors. And even Duncan, the current manager there now, he's saying that there's two people that they have to keep the doors closed because they're aware of how noisy it gets. And especially the eating with the clattering of the plates and everything. And now the events are much more frequent, especially, she's growing her business. It's a growing business. They're trying to have events at least once a day if they can. And that's a good business plan. If I was in that business, I would want to have as many events as possible. But it's not fair to the residents, especially the few of us that are exactly right, basically on the property. Don't mean to be a downer, but I don't want the outside food. Also, they mentioned the parking, the employee parking. That's one of the biggest nuisances for me because it's right in front of my home, and they have the employees come there early. They are in their cars with the cars running, and then they shout back and forth to each other in their cars. They're not being mean, but they're just trying to, they don't realize they're disturbing the neighbors. And they have the cars running, they're on their cell phones, so I hear both sides of their conversations. Sometimes they're interesting. And other times they have the radios blasting. There's one of the people that work there that has a hot rod car, and he has his motor running, and it's very noisy and disruptive. And then after work, like they're closing down 11 o'clock, 11:30, they're out there yapping away at each other, talking about the evening, whatever. And it's just really unacceptable. I know that you're considering the parking. I just want you to know that for me, and I'm the person that it disturbs, they have to figure out another way. I don't like it. The other night, I was woken up. I went to sleep before the event was over, and totally woke me up, and I had to be up for a few hours after that. The other thing is, it's absolutely not true.
I'm going to stop you there.
Okay.
But please tell me, so Cantor, C-A-N-T-E-R?
No, K-A-N. Do you want me to fill, someone just gave
Actually,
me one
just
of
fill
these.
out another card, please, and send it. That'd be great. Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments,
Can I
and
ask-
sorry we
can I ask
lost
a
the
quick
card.
question?
Yeah.
I just, Ms. Cantor, what street do you live?
Well, I was just going to ask your address, yeah. Yeah.
I don't need the address, because I don't want to be invasive, but
Your
what
address,
street
Ms.
are you on?
Cantor?
Via de Monte.
Okay, thank you.
No, everybody gives their address. Yeah, okay. Okay, did I miss anybody else? Anyone else want to speak? Okay, I am going to close the public comment, public hearing. 10 o'clock. Bring it back to council.
Oh, and one more, I just want to say one thing. I'm not one of the people who's part of Quiet PVE, so I'm just another person, and because they were saying there's only 12 people or something. I think they have 50 people, because I went and looked at their site.
Great, thank you.
I have a couple of questions for the staff.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks.
There was one of the early speakers, I believe was an attorney representing some of the neighbors, who made some statements about the ZTA suffering some legal issues. I didn't follow them exactly. They were referred to as spot zoning. There was another thing that sounded very similar to spot zoning. And then there was, I think she said that it exposed the city to allegations of a taking if we made a change to the ZTA in the future. Can you comment on those things?
Sure, I can jump in. So this would not be any type of illegal spot zoning. What's proposed in the ZTA, what's being proposed here are limitations on the use to address negative impact type issues on this, and it's a highly deferential standard that's set for the city in terms of putting these types of provisions through. It's whether variances or specific plans or other types of programs put in place, there are changes can be allowed throughout a zone. Not everyone in the zone is treated exactly the same. And then the second issue was the taking issue. If there was a future, the ZTA is adopted, and in the future the city makes a change, and whether there would be a taking in that case. The city has the absolute ability to rezone property in the city. It has that right under its police power. Just because there's an existing use does not mean it's allowed to continue in perpetuity. There may be a requirement, I think I mentioned earlier, that there may need to be some type of period where before a new change comes in place. So if it would eliminate the use as a hotel, as a venue, or as a restaurant in the future, it may need to have a year or a year and a half before the change would come in place. But the city does have the power to make those changes. We can rezone property in the city without making a taking.
Okay, and then there was another commenter who suggested that the ZTA offered the operator or the owner some indemnification at the cost of the city. Is that?
The city is not indemnifying anyone. I want to be clear. There's no indemnity being offered or any kind of agreement being put in place here. It may be referring to the fact that, if you apply for a CUP and then when you sign the CUP, you indemnify the city to any type of legal challenge to this. If the city is legally challenged, the ZTA is challenged, the city would be on the hook to defend the lawsuit for the attorney's fees and that, but there's no indemnity to the costs or any type of indemnity in terms towards the La Venta Inn.
Understood. Thank you.
So kind of following that, if you guys don't mind following that theme of just kind of follow-up questions from the speakers. So someone made reference to that the city is the applicant. I didn't know what that meant.
There's no applicant here.
Yeah.
This is the city's considering rezoning property in the city. It's not coming through an applicant. The city doesn't own the property. The city would only be the applicant if the city was applying for something on our own property.
Okay, thank you. I had another one here, but I can't find it. Go ahead. I can't find my other one.
So to clarify the last one, I think the concern about the city being the applicant in quotes is the lack of origination either from the ownership and or lessee and or another interested party. And so I think the point is
Maybe city as initiator, not really.
Yeah, we've in some ways invented our own problem, but in other ways, maybe we're addressing a problem that's been longstanding that we need to solve. So I think the legal question is relative to there not being an applicant that is a third party. Is that a legal issue for the city? I think is that where you're going?
No.
No. Never mind where you were going. I'll ask the question.
Go ahead.
Is that an issue for the city?
But you go there.
The city has the ability to amend its own code, and that is within the discretion of the council to do that.
Could have just said same answer. Okay. One of the speakers, and in fact, I think it was also the Keep Quiet lawyer, Amy, mentioned comments about, and I've heard this from others, potential conflict with the short-term rental ban, specifically around weddings and any clarification that's required there. I was involved in that one very directly, and I specifically remember what we were attempting to target with that, and it was absolutely not La Venta. But from the legal perspective, is there anything that needs to be clarified or resolved there?
The city is welcome to put provisions in if it wants to be very, very clear about it. You know, the La Venta Inn is in the R1 zone where those provisions apply, but it is specifically called out as an exception, you know, and it's a specifically allowed use. And if it's used for a use that's specifically authorized in there, I don't think it would have any conflict with the city's short-term rental ordinance. And as you said, it was not the intention, I believe, of the council and that to prohibit the use on the property that's going on.
So to be clear, the fact that the existing zoning text states that it can be utilized in that fashion, and the interpretation is that it's been used that way for that period of time, the fact that after, you know, way later after the fact, that short-term rental bans were implemented, there is no direct connection legally between that update and the existing zoning text.
I do not believe that the short-term rental ordinance prohibits the use of the La Venta Inn as a hotel. That's the issue, correct? It's specifically authorized as a hotel use.
That is correct. The rest of my thoughts are comments, and that's the end of questions.
And just to be clear, for the benefit of the public here, you are referring to the existing code, not the ZTA that is under consideration.
It is in the existing code, and it would remain in the ZTA after the amendment.
I have a question. A number of the people speaking talked about the revenue generated to the city by La Venta Inn. And could someone please provide some clarification around whether the city actually does accrue any revenue from the entity?
At current, the city accrues revenue for business licenses, and that is the extent of what we've been receiving related to that entity.
And the order of magnitude of that revenue from the site? Is that what the...
I think it's in the neighborhood of 1,600.
Okay, thank you.
Could I dive one level deeper on that question? Talk to us about sales tax, the provision of that, how it works, and either how it has been applied or how it could be applied going forward and or rectified.
The way it is currently being applied is that the sales tax is being recognized where the point of the transaction, the contractual transaction is taking place, which is in Redondo Beach. And Redondo Beach is benefiting from those. However, I believe there is some opportunity for that to be changed based on the business operations and how they go about making their arrangements there. And so there's some conversations going on related to that. I've been trying to find out specifically what can and cannot, what is and is not allowed.
I think it would be helpful for the council and the public to know, without directly asking the operator what their income is, because that's not our interest. But I think it would be helpful to understand the significance of the impact of that tax revenue and how it relates. And I make that comment specifically around, the cherished use and the contribution that it makes to the city.
And my follow-up question to that is, since now we're talking in the tax realm, would any modification require placement on a public ballot, or is it more just an administrative change of kind of like changing your domicile?
It's more of an administrative change.
So it's trying to get the sales tax generated from La Venta to point to Palos Verdes Estates instead of Redondo Beach. I will point out that for a $10 million business, our sales tax portion would be about $100,000. And I would probably venture that that's not a $10 million business. But it is compensation for inconvenience, and it is appropriate. Okay, so probably need to get some consensus for how the council wants to move forward. I will say that just to kind of get it started, it's got to start somewhere. I actually am, and I hope everyone appreciates. First of all, thank you everyone for your comments. 27 people, and I felt that everybody was listening to everybody else, which I appreciated, and I'm sure, I think everybody, it benefits us all to just kind of listen and take in what people are saying and what their point of view is. So thank you for doing that. So, and as you can appreciate with how many planning commission meetings and city council, this has been kind of an issue for, we're going on 11 months here. So everybody has done a tremendous amount of work. I'm going to quote Duncan and say we've done an epic amount of work. So I hope you all, kind of appreciate that. So just to get us started, get the conversation started, figure out where we want to head. For me, and I looked a lot at the ZTA versus the CUP, what do you do? I'm actually comfortable that the ZTA is the right vehicle for what we're trying to do. I actually think the ZTA works in the favor of the city and therefore the residents, and probably works to the detriment of the permittee, operator, whatever we call it. So as a representative of the city and the residents, I think it's the better tool for us. I think it favors us, and so that's one I want. So that, so personally, I think we're on the right road with the ZTA. I think we've got the pieces of the puzzle on the table. I think we could, we've had hundreds of pieces of correspondence, which I am confident when I say that this council has read all of them. And I think and you heard the themes with the speakers, capacity, hours of operation, parking, noise, and enforcement. The ordinance isn't that long. It's only a couple pages. For me, I think that all those other things stem from the capacity question. Do we, as a group, feel that we have the pieces on the table to bang this out? Or are you guys thinking something else?
Well, so this was, we don't have an ordinance or ZTA right now that reflects what our intent was the last time we took up this topic.
Okay, so we're probably then, if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, then we're probably not headed toward a first reading tonight.
I don't think we are.
We're probably headed toward modifying this.
I think so.
And it coming back for a first reading.
I think so.
Did I understand you correctly?
That is what I believe, yeah. So I'll tell you, I might as well just jump in and kind of say what's on my mind. But I think that I am very mindful of the historic nature of the building and its significance to this city. It was the first building built here. And it would be a terrible shame if this operator or any operator could not make it work and that goes especially also for the existing owners, because there is substantial risk that if you can't get the kind of return that you should out of a property like this, that it would be sold and redeveloped, and we would lose something that is so unique and special about this city. I also believe that the operator can be a good neighbor, and I think that we can, with a ZTA, codify some guardrails that ensure that the neighbors can enforce can operate with reasonable expectations about what is and is not acceptable. We made a pass at that. The Planning Commission, I think, put in a lot of effort, and it was commendable. I was personally concerned about some of the enforcement aspects that were in the original ZTA that came from the Planning Commission, because I didn't know what the decibel numbers meant. I am not necessarily opposed to bringing those back, but I feel like we need to define what those are. And we need to, there needs to be some effort to understand whether or not those are the right numbers. Given where we're at, without a ZTA that we could even enter for first reading here, I would be inclined to take the advice of an ad hoc, and I am keenly aware of how the council was divided last time. I suggest that we pick one council member from each side of that divide, and try to work with both the parties to find some solution and bring it back. And understanding that ultimately the decision is ours to make, and that we'll do the best we can to negotiate with the two parties, but at the end of the day, it's our job to make a decision.
So I'm curious so here's my issue with that, and of course, we want to hear from you guys for sure, is that when you say two parties, not two parties, I mean, there's two extremes, but what about the people who are kind of, there was a lot of people that were right in the middle of the road. I love it, I want to make sure I have some protections. Where's their seat at the table? There's more than I want nothing and I want everything. Isn't there?
Oh, there is, and I think that's our job to suss out. On one side, we obviously have the operator and the owner.
Correct.
On the other, I think we probably, have to engage with neighbors within some certain radius that we define and say, these are the people we're gonna talk to, and about the impacts that they are having from its operation, and how we can ensure that those impacts they're not going to go away. I mean, they're going to exist. There's going to be impacts. I mean, my house is on Palos Verdes Drive West. Whoever mentioned those motorcycles, man, I hear them all the time. And if I could get every one of you, when you're going to Trader Joe's at Golden Cove, to take Via Pacheco instead of driving in front of my house, I would do it. But
Hey, wait. What about Via Del Monte?
Wait,
Let's not be prejudiced. Let's not be prejudiced here.
I do rev my e-bike when I ride by your house.
Thank you. Rev your e-bike.
Exactly.
So, I mean, my point is that I bought the house knowing that the street was there, and I recognize that I'm going to have impacts from that, and there's nothing that I can do about it. And I think the neighbors need to expect that they're going to be able to hear this venue. But I believe that we can put together a committee here that can strike the right balance and come back to the council with a recommendation that will make everyone equally unhappy.
And that is the job. Well, that's how we know we've done a good job, when you're all equally mad at us. Dawn?
I do believe that we are headed towards an ad hoc. What I would question is whether there are certain aspects to the ZTA that we can, as a council, based off of what we've heard from everybody in the room and all the emails that we've read and all the people that we've talked to, and we never did disclosures, but I wonder if there are certain elements of the ZTA that we can agree to today so that we have a very defined scope for what that ad hoc focuses on, because I'm worried about kind of a boiling of the ocean activity going on.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of my concerns with the ad hoc, is that two people go off and you say, well, we didn't tell you to go in that direction. Then you come back and everyone says, well, that's not what we wanted. And then then we're no further down the road.
And there are no disclosures required for this one. It's a legislative item brought by the city, so we're okay.
Oh, I was looking forward to talking about all the people I talked to.
Michael?
Happy to continue on the ZTA route, happy to work as an ad hoc. We're definitely not there. The sides are too far apart. I think, in addition to the things you mentioned, I think the key that has to be worked out with expert opinion, credit to John and thank you for your work and all of your submittals across all of this, and being engaged and showing up, is sound. And I think at the end of the day, the battle is going to be between sound and outside dining. Because I think at the end of the day, everyone realizes that we love the historic use of the place. And I think everyone that's, I'm going to call it in the middle, recognizes that it needs to be economically viable and that it needs to work for the neighborhood and that we want to preserve it. And so, again, I think it's sound. And we don't have... heck, I'm a network engineer, but I'm no sound engineer. So we don't have the expertise that we know, and we have two experts, one on each side of the aisle, for lack of a better description, and I mean that to be political, in which they have strong opinions. And I think that a lot of the spirit that I heard tonight was bring everyone together. And I think whether it's a ZTA or a CUP or an ABC, at the end of the day, we need to all feel both sides, and I mean the surrounding neighbors that are heavily impacted, that are hearing more sound, that are hearing more events, that are complaining about a couple specific events that happened with apologies that have been behind them. Trust needs to be established and developed that says, look, we are in it together and we want it to work. And I think, there's a certain amount of this where you chose to live there. But there's also a certain amount of it to say, yeah, but I drove around when I chose to live here, and I was forget COVID. Let's go before COVID. I drove around before I was trying to live here, and one of the most concerned residents has lived there for 30 years. So we hear a lot of, they had a break during COVID, and now tough. They have to live with it. I think it's increased. I think the density's increased, the construction has increased, the number of homes is filled in, and I do believe that within, reason, and not naming names or anything, just moving out of the fringes and going towards the middle, we all want it to work. And the city certainly doesn't want to slam a ZTA down anybody's throat, or a CUP or an ABC. We need to solve this together. And so I think, Dawn, to answer your question, I'd be happy. I've got a bunch of notes, and thanks to Michael McNamara, we spent a couple of great sessions on my deck, watching motorcycles go by, while we worked on, what these issues were and how we could start, trying to find some answers and get to the middle and whatever. I think at the end of the day, the ownership and the lessee feel like we need these counts in order to make this business viable. We need outside dining to make it viable. I don't dispute what the existing code says from 1948. However you want to interpret it, and I'm justifiably and lovingly saying this from the middle, it says very clearly inside the building. So you can't blame the neighbors for looking at that, pulling it up and saying, wait a minute. I don't care that you've operated for all this time and that you want to, and again, I'm saying this from that side of the view, that you want to, get into a legal battle over what that means and how we've historically used it and all the above. And the flip side is, well, wait a minute. You're showing up now telling us this, but we've been using it this way. And, whether the city has enforced it or not, the police department and the finger-pointing game and all that, whoa. Let's all work together and let's solve this problem. Sound is key. We have to solve that.
Okay. All right.
So where does that leave us?
I mean, if you want to take a dive through not with
is it worth it?
Your call. Not with the intent. I only have like 6 things maybe, but is it worth diving into that ZTA and trying to refine what the ad hoc does? Or is it, gee, we all agree we want to work together and solve it, and we want to pick two people to dive into it and bring back the recommendation? Or, this is sort of late night humor, you want to have a full Brown Act committee, have the audience come every time, and everybody's rolling their eyes on this one. And we all do it together. They don't get it?
I don't know what
we have to have staff, we have to have notice meeting. Basically, every meeting we would have would involve
public meeting.
would be a
But it
council
needs-
meeting.
yeah, okay. Okay.
I appreciate the concern that you have, and both Councilmember Murdoch and Mayor. I don't want to come back and do this 3 more times.
Right.
The goal would be that we knock it out, and I know it's a risk if we appoint 2 people as an ad hoc to go and come back that the other 3 won't be satisfied. But I don't see another path forward, and I just don't feel like we have enough here. I don't feel like I know enough about the problem to confidently comment on everything that's in the ZTA right now.
I'm worried it seems like we're kicking it down the road.
No, the intention would be to move quickly.
I mean, if we could set a timeline, but then the question is, how do we decide from a resident standpoint? And I understand, Victoria, your point. It's the residents the neighbors who are concerned, but is there a voice for the residents who love the facility? So we've got kind of a true cross-section of the residents. And it could be neighbors that are supportive and neighbors that, are more.
I'm kind of offering myself to be that voice, and then I would think it would be either you or Michael that would be the voice for the other side of that question.
So is the dividing line between?
Right here.
Is that what I'm hearing? I'm fine with the 2 of you being.
I think
I'm probably not fine with that.
Okay, that's fine.
So, yeah. I just
What would you
Which part? I'm
I
sorry.
would probably just go these 2. Yeah, I just think there's other maybe appearances that maybe wouldn't be as.
Neither of us are up for re-election, so.
Obviously, that's what I'm saying. No. So, yeah, I just think that appearances matter. So my concerns are, again, so I'm just, maybe we can kind of say what are the things you want, you obviously honed in on the sound, and obviously that is, the noise is what it all comes down to. But so I am concerned about, a wide spectrum of people with a seat at the table. And maybe an idea is to, I don't know if the number's a 3, a lot of times we talk about a 300-foot radius, maybe this one's a 600 or 1,000, whatever it is. Maybe we do a mailer to every household and you hold a meeting and say, come on, because that's going to tell you, who cares? I don't know. That's not, you guys are going to do that. So that might be concern about the ad hoc or any kind of committee was making sure the appropriate people have a seat at the table. So capacity, I'll just, because I had a lot of notes here, or not a lot of notes, but, 200 people is a lot of people. I understand that. I think that, again, you have one side that's kind of asking for the maximums and the other side that's asking for the minimums. You got to kind of meet in the middle. You might think about setting a lower capacity, but require, if they want to do an event that's bigger, that they come back for a special event permit and that you can have X number per year of those. I don't know. I wasn't as concerned about that open to the public permit, but I know people are. And the consecutive events, it's funny, you hear a lot, large event, but then of course you're obligated to define what's large. So that's got to be defined. But, I think about, I love when a neighbor has a party and I love to listen, great. But, if they have one every night, then that's probably a lot. So, I think consecutive events is probably difficult. The parking, it was something I couldn't quite get my arms around. I think, and that was it the last speaker or one of the last speakers who kind of talked about everyone standing out on the street rehashing the whole night. I thought, oh no, God, that definitely is annoying. The parking along kind of down, I guess it's down the hill, maybe if you're coming out down to the right, street parking probably okay, not having street parking in front of people's homes. I guess I was thinking a 200-person event, because this is Los Angeles, produces 100 cars, but that's probably not really true, because probably people, you go to an event up there, you probably want to Uber or something, you probably don't want to be driving up there. So, understanding the parking. And then the proposed ordinance did talk about 2 sound meters, and I was unclear if that's, and we talked about maintaining the data for a year, and I was unclear if that was, is that a real-time monitor? So, is there a monitor at the police station, and when someone calls and says, hey, it's noisy, the police station looks it up and says, yes it is or no it isn't? That goes back to defining, how do you even define what that number is? So anyway. So those were my, those are probably the things that I was, capacity hours. Everyone seemed to sort of be in agreement on the hours. I'm not hearing a lot of controversy over that. And then enforcement. Now, what do you do? What do you do if it's not going well, if an event gets out of hand or whatever? Where's the enforcement? Because that really, in any ordinance, it comes down to enforceability. So there you go. You weren't writing it down. You're just going to remember?
I did.
I saw her writing.
He's used to that.
Okay.
Can I add some more?
Please.
One of the concerns of the residents is about the future of Lot 5, specifically the parking lot and the restrictions associated with the use of that, and it appears that it's reasonably easy to get both sides together on that one. Relative to the sound measurement and outside dining, I think there's a difference between the veranda and the courtyard. And when you look at the sound measurement, how one or the other of those is impacted. Veranda on the what I'll call backside towards the grass, affecting the neighbors that are below, versus the courtyard, and there's a lot of hard surfaces there affecting the neighbors above. The ZTA has an interesting exception in that no amplified sound or live music played outdoors, except that amplified sound or live music can be played during a ceremony. So again, the question is, can that work and can that fit within whatever the dB measurement is? One of the speakers made a comment about employees and employee parking on street and behavior. We can't put behavior into a ZTA, but we can certainly plea with the ownership and the lessee to deal with that from a management perspective, and maybe do that right now. Section 9, I'm not rewriting the whole thing, don't worry. Section 9, the comments about, and which includes but is not limited to fairs and festivals, just take it out. Nobody's having fairs and festivals up there, it won't work anyway. I'll leave the CEQA issue to the lawyers. There's probably more, but that's, between everything else, everyone has said, that's a good start.
That's a good start.
Okay, sounds good. Before we go to a motion to establish that, can I, let me ask one more question. Is, right now, I want to make sure that that the operator is not unduly burdened. They're able to operate, and what is the mechanism that they are able to operate?
Oh. They're able to continue operating, right, while we're banging this out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was that a legal opinion?
That was official.
They have an existing use, and I wouldn't anticipate the city taking some type of enforcement action with a different stance from what has been taken by the city historically. In the interim, and I think it's understood that the city is on a track to reach a final resolution on what these bumpers are being put in place, and so I think we're on a track, and I think we'll hear back from this ad hoc shortly.
And we would ask and implore both sides to be patient with all of us and with each other while we do that.
Yeah, so just so everyone understands, we're all negotiating in good faith here, so be patient, we'll work our way through, and,
But I am certain Councilmember Murdoch and I will move with haste.
Yeah, let's talk tomorrow.
Should I put it? Yeah, she always says tomorrow. Yeah, should we give you a deadline? Like, what do you think? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Yes, you should.
Okay. All right, so I think we need a motion to, sorry, let me pull my stuff out here, sorry, guys. Oh, it's not there. A motion to establish an ad hoc committee of Councilmember Murdoch and Mayor Pro Tem Roos for the purposes of
working with residents.
Thank you. Yes,
and the owner to
engaging the community to draft the ordinance for zone text amendment for La Venta.
To come back with a recommendation with respect to the ordinance, right?
That was
they
a
won't draft the
butchered
ordinance.
motion.
They would come back with, they would meet with the community and report back to the council with the results of their research and their recommendation for any changes to the draft ZTA.
Okay.
Does that cover the sound issue enough?
Does that cover the?
Does that satisfy the sound issue with the way that's worded?
What do you mean, satisfy the sound issue?
They're going to install monitors at the property. We have no
What's in
idea. We have no idea what dB settings should be monitored and measured. We need a recommendation of that, and we need that monitored and measured. Otherwise, outside dining is not currently in the ZTA.
Right.
Yes, you guys have provided input about a number of topics for the ad hoc to consider, so they have a broad discretion to, I believe that's the purpose here, is to meet with members of the community, research these issues, and then report back with proposed revisions to the ZTA.
Did someone move that?
I'll second.
So moved.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Can we, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, motion carries. Again, everyone, thank you for your participation. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up. And so we are going to take a real quick break. You guys mind if we take a quick break?
Yep.
And then just in case, I'm guessing when I come back from this break that this room is going to be much emptier. But for those of you willing to hang in there for, what are we doing? We only have one more item, right?
14.
Number 14, there we go. So when we come back, we'll hit our new business item regarding our annual financial audit. So let's give it 10 minutes. Oh my God, I hope there's food left.
Thank you, guys. Bobby Aiken, we talked about.
Thanks for.
What are we here, number 14? City Clerk, are we up and running? Yeah, okay, we're back, thank you. So really, we just have one item of new business left, which is item number 14. Receive a report from the city's independent auditor and receive and file the annual comprehensive financial report and auditor communications for fiscal year ended June 30, 2021.
Mayor, I'm going to begin with just a couple brief remarks and then turn it over to our director. We're mindful of the time, but I just wanted to indicate that this is a priority for me, and we're going to hear some results today that I just want to convey is very important to the city. Some of these issues didn't happen overnight. They do need to be corrected, and some of that involves an element of our work plan, which is advancing the ERP system, which will replace our financial system. We need to address internal controls and essentially improve our financial oversight. So with that, let me turn it over to our CSS director, who will introduce our auditors.
Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council, we have for you tonight a presentation by the city's external auditor, Vasquez and Company LLC, discussing the results from the 2021 fiscal year annual audit. Present tonight from Vasquez and Company is Christy Caneda, the audit partner. The fiscal year 2021 audit was the first undertaking for the city by Vasquez and Company LLC. And I wanted to point out that their findings, a number of their findings were things that were in existence in prior years. And this underscores the necessity to change audit firms on a periodic basis, which is a best practice. The city had not changed in a fairly long period of time. That being said, I'd like to introduce Ms. Christy Caneda to provide their presentation.
Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, City Council members, members of the city staff. I guess there's no more public here, so it's going to be all of us. We'll be presenting to you the results of the audit for the fiscal year 2021 for the city of Palos Verdes. My name is Christy Caneda, and I'm the partner in charge of the engagement for this fiscal year's audit. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just a brief agenda. I'm going to go through the scope of the services and the results and the required communications. Basically, those are the required communication as independent auditors to you, the City Council members, as in charge of governance of the city. Next slide, please. In an audit team, there's more than one partners assigned to the engagement. Roger Martinez, our audit practice leader, provides high-level oversight to the audit team, and he presented the results to the audit committee last month in August. Again, my name is Christy Caneda. I provide oversight to the engagement. And with me is my partner, Linda Narciso. He conducted a quality control review of the engagement, including reviewing the reports and the work papers, with me doing the detailed review of the work as well, with, of course, certain members of the staff of the firm, with supervisors, senior auditors, and staff auditors being supervised by Rhoda Doyaga, the audit manager for this engagement. And next slides, please. And the scope of the services. Next slide, please. It's the financial statement audit for the year ended June 30, 2021. Audit of the city's annual basic financial statements. Part of the scope also includes being available to the city for a year-round consultation with regards to financial and accounting matters. The city did not spend over $750,000 in federal money during the fiscal year, and therefore it is not subject to single audit during the year. However, part of the scope also is the performance of single audit if the city spends and receives over $750,000 in federal grants for a specific fiscal year. Next slide, please. Before I proceed with the results of the audit, I would like to reiterate that as your auditor, we are required to be independent and we have to comply with certain requirements of EICPA and government auditing standards. With that, I would like to attest that there are no relationship between Vasquez and the members of the audit team and the members of the city and the members of management, including the city council, and that there are no relationship that in our professional judgment may reasonably be thought to bear on independence. So we are independent and we comply with all the requirements of professional standards. Next slide, please. And then the summary of audit results. Next slide, please. Thank you. We issued the city's annual comprehensive financial report in June. And our report dated June 30, 2022, provided an unmodified opinion on the city's annual financial statements, meaning a clean opinion that we issued on the city's financial statement. It is actually the highest level of assurance that an auditor can provide to an auditee with respect to the scope that I have mentioned earlier. As part of the audit process, we are required to perform risk assessment and look at the city's internal control processes to make sure that we design properly the audit procedures. Part of that review process is for us to identify if there are material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in the city's internal control, and we test key control areas within the financial reporting function of the city. For instance, in the areas of cash receipting, payroll, accounts payable, or in the area of treasury like bank reconciliation. And in the process of that review, we noted certain internal control matters that we consider to be either material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. Next slide, please. The first item that we would like to discuss is the non-completion of the monthly bank reconciliation. During the fiscal year 2021, we noted that there was a delay in the completion of the bank reconciliation. We were provided with the June 30, 2021 copy of the bank reconciliation, as the city was able to get caught up by doing not necessarily monthly, but annual at the end of the fiscal year. We noted, however, that there were no material unreconciling items presented in that report. Part of that process or non-completion of the monthly bank reconciliation resulted in some stale-dated checks that we identified during the process. And the reason for that is, of course, the delay in the reconciliation process. The second item is the segregation of incompatible duties. With this principle in internal control system, what we auditors look at is to make sure that somebody who has the custody of the asset does not have the authority for the use of the asset or the authority for the approval on the use of the asset, and the authority to record transactions or do the record keeping for those assets. In the area of treasury and bank reconciliation, we noted that there are certain incompatible duties that are vested in one person within the city organization, and our recommendation is for those three functions to be segregated into different individuals within the finance organization or the city organization for the approval process. And then we also noted a significant delay in the year-end closing process. We initially targeted to complete the audit in December of 2021, and as I've mentioned earlier, we were able to issue the annual financial report in June because of the significant delay in the year-end closing process. And part of the reasons why there are these instances, and I will discuss the significant deficiencies later, is the lack of resources or the turnover that happened in the finance department, and the lack of resources or manpower that actually resulted in some delay, and at the same time some incompatible functions being performed by one person or individual within the organization. And so part of our recommendation is for the city to hire a support in finance, probably a senior accountant or an accounting supervisor or an accounting manager who actually can assist in making sure that the timely closing of the books, timely reconciliation or monthly reconciliation of the accounts that need to be reconciled on a monthly basis, and at the same time assist in making sure that separation of function between custody of assets, as I've mentioned earlier, is being performed, especially in the area of accounting and finance. Next slide, please. There are significant deficiencies that we noted. This, however, are considered less severe as the material weakness, as they actually resulted in not significant issue in the area of being able to maintain the accounting records are updated timely. The first one, unreconciled beginning fund balances. This is noted because the beginning fund balance during the fiscal year did not match the ending fund balance as per the audited annual comprehensive financial report because of some audit adjustments that were not posted on time during the fiscal year. We also noted certain adjustment related to property tax accruals at the end of the fiscal year, and we proposed an adjustment, and the city accepted that adjustment. Unbudgeted transfer, I would like to mention, though, that this transfer actually was subsequently included in the budget amendment that was submitted to the City Council, and therefore it has been approved before that transfer were actually made. However, that amendment in the budget was not reflected in the accounting system of the city. And then again, some of the reasons for this issues were actually the lack of resources or support within the finance department. Next slide, please. There are a few other recommendations that we consider important, and we actually believe that will help the city improve its processes, especially in the area of IT and access management policy. I will not discuss each of those details of these items. We have already communicated this to the management and provided detailed narratives and recommendations in order for the city to address this. But we consider this very important to make sure that access management is being implemented, and at the same time, security and policies and procedures are in place. And I believe, as Marcus mentioned, part of this concerns are being addressed by implementing a new ERP system for the city. Next slide, please. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, there was a delay in the audit process that resulted in budget overrun. We initially targeted to issue the financial statements in December and ended up issuing the report in June this year. And so that delay resulted in significant overrun. Actual hours incurred to complete the financial statements audit, excluding the concession audit, because we have not yet completed the concession audit, was 642 hours, and the budget was 268 hours. So it's an overrun of approximately, I believe, over 300 hours, or close to 400 hours. Next slide, please. Before I end this presentation, there are certain matters that we as your auditors are required to communicate to you as required by professional standards. And aside from the matters and items that I have previously discussed, these are the items that we actually would like to inform you at the same time. So we as your auditors perform an audit of your financial statements. However, the preparation of the financial statements, including the accounting principles applied to the report and the consistency of application, are the responsibility of management. We are not aware of any consultation done by management with respect to any other accounting matters. We call this opinion shopping, and we are not aware of that matter occurring. Except for the delay in the audit process, we did not encounter any difficulties in with working with management while performing our audit procedures. We also did not encounter any disagreements, or we did not have any disagreements with management with respect to audit and accounting matters applied to the report. After our review process, we concluded that the city's significant accounting policies are appropriate and are consistently applied. We noted no significant or unusual transactions or accounting policies that are controversial in nature, or emerging areas for which there is no enough or it lacks authoritative guidance. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we proposed a certain audit adjustment after the trial balance was provided to us as a result of the audit, and management agreed to record those adjustments. No significant issues were discussed or subject to correspondence with management prior to our retention as your independent auditors, and that is very important because we have to remain independent of the city. We noted no irregularities, fraud, or illegal acts during the process of our audit. I would like to mention, though, that we noted the material weaknesses and significant deficiencies that I have discussed earlier. However, despite of that, there was no indication that irregularity or any fraudulent activities is happening within the organization and the scope of our audit. I would like to mention, though, and this is very, very important to note, that a financial statement audit is not a fraud audit. We perform inquiries from members of the staff and management and some members of the city council as well to gather information and help us perform a risk assessment before we design, or we use it to design audit procedures that are necessary for the circumstances. If we noted matters that would require us to extend our audit procedures, we are required to communicate those to you. However, we noted no such matters that we will be required to communicate to you during the process. And then management representations. It is important to note that we rely on all the documents the management provided to us, as we are actually utilize those documents to perform our audit procedures. And we rely on the access provided to us by management to individuals as well. And the purpose of the management representation is to acknowledge that responsibility for the management to say that all the documents and access provided to us are true documents and verifiable documents. As I mentioned, we have issued a management letter comment, including internal control comments, discussing all those internal control matters that I have discussed with you. We issued that to management, and we have a thorough discussion of that as well with the audit committee. For this fiscal year 2022 audit, we are actually presenting, and this has been discussed with the finance department, to target a deadline for the issuance of the annual comprehensive financial report this year by December of this year. So with this timeline, we have started the interim field work, and we are in the process of completing and wrapping up the interim field work. In the next 2 weeks, we are scheduled to have a discussion with the finance department and discuss the status of that field work. We are scheduled to start the final field work in October and complete it by the end of the same month. And therefore, we have a month preparing the annual financial report and reviewing it with management at the same time, with, of course, the target to issue the final ACFR by December 19th, or before the holiday break in December. That's the original timeline that we have agreed on with the finance department. And then the council presentation will be determined by then. And that ends my very high-level presentation of the results of the audit. I would respond to any questions that you may have at this point.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you to you both for hanging in there so late at night, but thank you. Any questions from council?
Could you go back to section 2 where you identify, I think it was section 2 where you identify the IT weaknesses?
That one, the recommendations? Oh.
Yep, right there. You were there.
Oh.
So when you actually got into the details of security, configuration issues, et cetera, did you work with the city's managed services provider to get that information?
Yes, that's.
And in your judgment, I'm not looking for direct feedback on their performance, but did they appear to be collaborative with you and willing to improve and address these issues?
That is correct. And the city acknowledged that those recommendations are actually useful and that the city needs to improve in those areas.
Did that answer your question?
No, but I don't want to put anything else on the public record. Can we go to the next page? Okay. That's what I have for now. Thanks.
I just have one quick question for you, and then later I'll have a couple questions for staff. You put up a timeline that looked at delivery of a report December 19th. It sounds like the first two items on there, you met the timeline, or at least they've been accomplished here on September 13th. What's your confidence level that in fact you'll meet this timeline based on your experience and kind of where you are in the process right now?
If the year-end closing process is completed on a timely manner, we are confident that we can go right in there and perform the audit process. It really would depend on the city's readiness for us to start the audit. We have conducted the entrance meeting in August with the finance team, and we are now in the process of looking at the documents they were able to provide to us, the requirements for us to perform the interim fieldwork, meaning review of the internal control process, part of the audit. And we are confident that we will be completing that in the next 2 weeks before we start the final fieldwork. And so if the city is going to be ready for the final fieldwork on October the 3rd, we are confident that we can turn around the final fieldwork phase in a month, prepare the financial statements in a month as well, and do the review process and be able to issue the report in December. But of course, that would depend still on the readiness of the city.
So does that mean that you would need to have the year-end closing completed by October 3rd, or and Stephen, do you think that's doable based on where things stand today?
Yeah, we're there.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'll add to that point because that's probably my biggest question on the presentation was, making sure that we're on track for this year. And that was definitely came out of the audit committee as well, is that we were very clear with staff that we wanted to hit that December date. Did you have other questions, Dawn? Not yet.
Not of the auditor.
Okay.
I'm good.
No, I think I'm good too. Okay.
Public?
Is there any public comment? Nope. There's only one public, so that's it. I'm sorry, did you have other questions other than the IT question, Michael?
Could you talk to us about internal controls a little bit more, and aside from the ERP issues, what any recommendations are that you have?
Well, looking at, a copy of the internal control letter has been provided to the members of the City Council as well. Aside from the ERP implementation, I think the city needs right now is the support to the finance department. They are understaffed, and there is not much resources that would support Stephen's team in the performance and updating of all those reconciliation that should be performed on a monthly basis. The hiring of the necessary support will also help in the implementing the proper segregation of duties or incompatible duties within the finance department.
Understood.
It sounded, though, from the report that you also think there needs to be some procedure development or kind of
a part of
discipline or following or something is part of the solution as well? It's not just people, it's processes and procedures that are in place?
that is correct. And there are processes and procedures that are in place. However, they are not in writing. So part of our recommendation is for the city to develop a manual, for instance, an accounting and financial reporting manual that would document all the processes, and at the same time, those processes assigning to different individuals within the department to make sure that the internal controls necessary to be there will be put in place as well. And our recommendation to develop that written and formal policies and procedures, not just for the financial accounting and reporting processes, but also on the IT side as well.
Did you create a list of the policies that, I mean, is it clear what that list of policies is that needs to be created so that we kind of make sure that we get them all done?
Yes, it is in the letter that we have issued to the management.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, do you have anything? I don't have anything else. I don't. Did you say you had other staff questions?
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, I'm troubled that we've received a report that has deficiencies and material weaknesses, and I understand staffing's an issue, but this department has had stability of staffing issues for over the last 5 years. And so I'm trying to figure out, that's why I asked the questions about the procedures and policies, and maybe some of it has to do with turnover and the lack of institutional knowledge, and how do we shore that up. But, you know, as a council person, I'm trying to understand why I'm hearing about this in September rather than sooner, because we've known there were staffing issues. There have been resources available. We had a lot of funding for contract services because Martin didn't come back. And so I'm just trying to figure out, I'm struggling with putting the pieces together and making sure that we don't end up with this again, because it is, I believe, an unusual occurrence for our city, and not acceptable in my opinion. I mean,
historically, we've not only been on time with our audits, but we've received the GFOA, excellence.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellence award. So, so I think we have to take it as an anomaly, and that's why I do think that meeting this timeline is critical. I mean, my sense is that we're not going to be too patient if we miss the timeline, and I think staff's clear on that. And so,
and I think, I think part of my message here is, if you need help, ask for it, get the help, get the contractors in, because getting the work done and getting it done correctly is of paramount interest, I think, or importance to all of us. And so, don't feel constrained and like, oh my gosh, how am I going to, manage all these things with all these other activities that are going on. If you need the temporary help or the contract help or whatever, let us help. I understand that we're in the process of trying to fill the vacancy in the department. We've got another, I guess, 2 vacancies in the department, and at least one of them is already out to, whatever you call that, not out
recruit.
To bid, but
recruit.
So I just, let's not let vacancies get in the way. If you need help, let's bring in the resources. And I know contract people aren't always the best solution because there's a learning curve and all of that, but
they're not always super easy to find either.
Yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't say that staff didn't try to bring those resources. I mean, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was definitely effort to bring in resources.
Well, and that's just, I don't know, because I haven't information hasn't been shared.
Okay. Anything else, Michael?
Yeah, I'm going to go there.
It's 11:20, I'll just point out.
Thanks. It'll be 11:21 in a minute. We have an ongoing issue that we need to solve, and that is that I've been a primary signer on the city's checking account since I've been mayor of the city, and I'm almost not been a mayor for over a year. I come in after every council meeting and sign those checks. I have absolutely no problem doing it on a voluntary basis, but that speaks to the internal controls issue. We need to aggressively work to solve these things. The IT security findings that are in this are absolutely unacceptable. I would love to see, as part of the technology ad hoc that we're on, regular reports and standards and updates from the IT vendor as to where that stands and getting that rectified. I'd like to suggest or move, or however we need to state it, that Mayor Pro Tem Ruse get on the checking account and that we get the internal controls issues solved ASAP. It's 11:22. That only took a minute.
Well, for me, then, you gave it the IT spin, I'll give it the banker spin, which is, I think the crux of it is not having the monthly bank reconciliation done. I mean, that obviously, that's the root of all the problems that rolls forward. But for me, reconciling the bank account, I mean, I would say you need to look at your bank account every day, but I'm a banker. But reconciling the bank accounts also picks up fraud, it picks up misuse, it picks up, so when you have months and months and months of not doing that, fraud and misuse could have easily slipped through the cracks there, and that's a huge risk that we don't want to incur. So that, that's what I would say. The bank recs are kind of the root of all evil here, and we need to make sure that I think we've learned our lesson. Anything else? Okay. So it's a receive and file, so I don't think there's anything else we need to do. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Linda, you as well, and hope you don't have too far to go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we'll see you in like 2 weeks. Yes. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So we'll just wrap up with some mayor and council member reports. And I guess we could take an eyeball at the tentative agenda if we wanted to. And I know I speak for everybody, for the month of August that's supposed to be dark and everyone's supposed to get a rest from each other and from the job. No, that did not happen. So I know everybody's been very busy and working hard for the residents, working hard for everyone in the city, and so and I know it's appreciated by all the residents. Two highlights. I'll say mid-August, August 15th, the City Council hosted the employees for an employee appreciation lunch, which was a lot of fun. We sat outside here at City Hall and had a taco man who was actually very good. So that was a lot of fun. And then last week, City Manager Mark Prestwich and I attended the League of California Cities annual conference. It was pretty good. It was in Long Beach, big. It was odd being in an indoor confined conference with 3,000 people. That was like a little much. But there was a CalPERS presentation that we both found underwhelming. There was which I will say was kind of the main reason I probably wanted to attend that conference. I was like, super interesting session on deferred maintenance and how to manage your deferred maintenance. I mean, there's a lot of really impressive tools out there that are probably way up here for us, but it was pretty cool. And there was one other one that I really liked. I had an opportunity to have lunch with the LA division, so all the LA cities, and the State Attorney General Rob Bonta spoke, and he was actually very good. So, and then we attended the BBK reception, which was a lot of fun. Also, like 8,000 people packed into a restaurant. And it was like 90 degrees. But anyway, so that's just a couple highlights. But yeah, that's me. What have you been up to?
Well, I attended the sign unveiling of the renaming of the RPV Civic Center.
Oh, cool.
In recognition of Ken Dida's role of the incorporation of RPV and subsequent service to the city as a council member and multiple mayor. It was just great to see all who had showed up and shared stories. And, I think he was really touched at the at the event and the recognition from all. So that was a nice event. Jim and I continue to move forward with the PVTC concession agreement renewal. We are waiting for a red line version of the agreement so that we can then share that and discuss it with the tennis club. We've talked about terms, and we're hoping to get that to council sometime in October, depending on the red line. The one-time revenue and general fund operating surplus policy ad hoc met once and is meeting again tomorrow. So that ad hoc work's moving forward. And then we had preliminary meetings, kind of upfront small group meeting on the tree inventory and management plan ad hoc and the revenue ad hoc teams to kind of, have internal discussion regarding scope and objectives, and expect those will get more fully launched in the next month. So it's just a little bit of work during the break.
That was the other thing I forgot, is that Mark and I met with a company, which I think maybe your ad hoc has talked with, but that does the tree inventory management plans, the GIS.
Oh.
Yeah, it was super interesting. They were very interesting, actually. Councilmember Kemps?
Very engaged with residents on this issue for this evening, and so that's been busy. Aside from that, nothing to add. A couple of minor agenda item requests.
Well, let's see here. I'm happy to say that I met with the representatives of the tennis club and the golf club last week in their feud over parking, and I'm happy to report we've solved all their problems and everything. No.
Really?
I will say we had a very productive meeting. It went far better than I expected, and they, at the very least, agreed to at least to accommodate. The golf club agreed to at least accommodate some use of their parking lot at certain times of day, and they're working through the details on that. And we did have a conversation that was a little more forward-looking about long-term plans, which I'm sure those conversations will continue for a long time. And but we did make progress, so that was good. And I think that's it.
Okay. I was just thinking, we need like a city council pickleball competition. Go down there, whack a pickleball. I don't know. You know what? It's the grade leveler. Everybody can play. Okay, you said you had a couple, so we'll just do quickly on the tentative agenda. You said you had a couple items?
Two. One, I've been getting texts all night about the quality of the video and audio feed out of here being horrible and so bad they couldn't even watch a lot of the La Venta item. So request number 17, which is actually probably number 3, that we actually truly address the audio, video, and hybrid access to the council chambers. Number 2, lots of interesting, I won't put any more description in, on the and assumptions around the AECOM work, so let's keep that out in front, and please keep us updated on what's cooking. That's number 2.
Okay. Dawn? Jim? Me either. Okay. Okay. So with that, thanks everybody for hanging in till the bitter end. Yes. What is it you want, City Clerk?
I'm sorry. You all got an email about Rolling Hills Estate's 65th birthday happening this weekend. I know we have another special birthday happening.
We have another centenarian this Saturday.
You all got that invitation. I'm going to send it.
Excuse me.
They wanted.
Because we never RSVP'd?
Yeah.
Did none of us respond? No, that's bad.
So I'm just going to re-forward that to you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, one more. This just hit me while we're pausing. Somebody following up on all the requests we got for support from the Norris Theater this evening, I assume.
I think they're going to email.
Well, I told them to contact Mark.
Okay.
City manager has notes on that.
Great.
Yeah, I don't exactly know how would we get in touch with them. I mean, well, they left us this thing. So, okay, good one. All right. Okay, so with that, thank you, everyone. Thank you, members of the public who are watching from home. I'm sure you're still watching at 11:31, and we are adjourned until our regular meeting on Tuesday, September 27th at 6:30. Thank you and good night.
Is it broken? So I think we should drop that chair out.